Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Ow. Ow. Perfect. Okay. Howdy, ping pong, ping pong, ping pong. Bing chilling, 大家好. Bing chilling, 老干妈. Is your mic fixed, Bao? Yes, it is. Apparently, my USB port was broken, but it's okay. 大家好, Bing chilling. Whale cat. Not a whale, just a cat. I swear. On God. Anyways. Hi. Good afternoon. Small Mookie, thank you so much for the gift sub. Thank you guys so much for the hype train. Choo-choo. Captain Cow, thank you so much for the prime. Jacob, happy 3 months. Thank you. Radem, happy 2 months. Woolachi, thank you so much for the 4 months. Sushi Dog, thank you for raid. Link is bad, thank you so much for the prime. Donut Gank Me, thank you so much for 4 months. Laquitas, thank you so much for 9 months. Unare, thank you so much for tier 1. Micah Joseph Marek, thank you so much for tier 1. The Chaos Seeker, thank you so much for 4 months. Kid Dynasty, thank you so much for tier 1. Kim, thank you so much for 2 months. Snoo Snoo Senpai, thank you so much for 3 months. Kuga, thank you so much for 5 months. Mr. Hayate, thank you so much for tier 1. Vision Haas, thank you so much for tier 1. Mifam, thank you so much for 3 months. Vu Cat, thank you so much for tier 1. Nameless, thank you so much for tier 1. Alley Cat, thank you so much for 8 months. Look at my Shalong, thank you so much for the 2 months. Cosmo Cupcake, thank you so much for the 8 months. Nexus, thank you so much for the 10 months. Low Geared Kuno, thank you so much for the prime. Obsidian Devil, thank you so much for the bits. NG Bao, thank you so much for the prime. Reina, thank you so much for the prime. Zetsu Boss, thank you so much for the bits. Dang Sun, thank you so much for the 5 gifted and the bits. Freaking Incident, thank you so much for bits. Ore Over Easy Eggs, thank you so much for 9 months. Yami, thank you so much for 6 months. Mr. Yoshi, thank you so much for 2 months. Miss NS Wagi, thank you so much for prime. Human with Human Thumbs, thank you so much for tier 1. Potato Kaiser, thank you so much for 5 months. Warface, thank you so much for the bits. Honeysuckle, thank you so much for the host. Minnow, thank you so much for the 16 months. I love you. Stwoob, thank you so much for 3 months. Bloodblade, thank you so much for 15 months. Magic Beef, thank you so much for 3 months. Gu Haku, thank you so much for 3 months. Asian with Fried Rice, thank you so much for half year. CST, thank you so much for the tier 1. CD, thank you so much for the raid. Maddie Fox, thank you so much for the prime. Nappy Mate, thank you so much for the 4 months. And the tier 2, thank you. The Act 9000, thank you so much for the prime. Suzu Tails, thank you so much for the raid. Stars SRM, thank you so much for the 9 months. Sawara, thank you so much for the 3 months. Polly, thank you so much for the half year. Bernie, thank you so much for the prime. Disimp, thank you so much for the half year. Oni Recon, thank you so much for the prime. Irk Burger, thank you so much for the 13 months. Thank you. Sir Glitch a lot. Thank you so much for the gifted. Double A54, thank you so much for the 9 months. Ex Hosta, thank you so much for the 3 months. Hope you have a good stream. Thank you. JC Washier GT, thank you so much for the 500 bits. Crowd 10, thank you so much for the tier 1. Oh, thank you so much, you guys, for the level 3. She took a breath. I took a singular breath. Quinn Lord of Fowls. Quinn Lord of Owls, thank you very much for the prime. Yin Yang 2, thank you so much for the 13 months. Thank you. Happy 1 year. Zyth, thank you so much for the 9 months. Happy birthday to our Twitch sub baby. I have coffee, 2 bottles of water. I think we're good to go today. Today we're playing Stanley Parable. Am I saying it right? Is it parable or parable? Like a parabola? Seraphina on fire, thank you so much for the gift sub. Stud, thank you so much for the 13 months. Stud, thank you. Asimochi, thank you so much for the 6 months. I forgot what I was doing. Thank you so much for the tier 1. Happy 4 months. Ritter plays badly. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Thank you. You'll cry in this game? Cry from fear or sadness? I feel like you guys are being purposefully vague. Parable. Parable. Oh, okay. Stanley Parabola. Bro, shut up. Okay, listen. I don't know. When I see a word I don't know, I just try to attribute it to like a pre-existing word in my head, and it looks like parabola. I don't know. Fear? Is this a horror game or not? Excuse me. I tweeted that my horror game arc was returning, and then everyone made fun of me. It's a math game. Really? Wait, are you lying to me? So that makes it a horror game. If it's a math game, it's a horror game. Hi, Gary. It's definitely not a horror game. Why did you tweet that? I looked it up. I literally looked it up. I went on Google. I typed in Stanley Parable. Fuck. Parable horror game. And then it says, and then the first article on win.gg says why players think Stanley Parable is a horror game. And then there's another article calling it Nightmare Fuel. And then there's a Reddit thread that's like, should I buy Stanley's Parable if I hate scary games? Okay, if you just I looked it up, and it says, okay, and then the third video in results says the Stanley Parable, a nightmare of narrative. And then the second video is like trapped in a secret. It looks like a fucking horror game. It's literally a comedy, bro. I don't know. I don't know. I don't trust you guys anymore. I truly don't. The fuck, man? Google said it was scary. Okay, I finally fixed tits, so looks like it's going well. Kimmy, thank you so much for the 2 gifted. Seraphina on fire, thank you so much for the tier 1. Thank you. Seraphina of fire. I'm sorry. It's a comedy game with horror elements. I can't tell. So is me getting roasted justified? Yes. Man, fuck you guys. Oh yeah, I wanted to show you. Here, I'll go to gaming so that we can see it. Don't listen to them, Bao. Don't worry. The day I listen to chat is the day I get banned on Twitch. Okay, check this out. Look, I got... How do I zoom out? How do I zoom out? Hold on. Oh, fuck. Okay, wait. Oh, fuck. I should really lock my gaming BG. Yoink. Okay, look. Check it out. Check. Oh, fuck. It's still so big. Wait, where'd it go? Fuck. I got this. I'm a streamer. I can do it. I'm a streamer. I can do it. I'm a streamer. Ha! Check this out. Sheesh. It's a mushroom growing kit. I kind of impulsively bought it at this like night farmers market I went to yesterday. I hung out with my mod Crystal, and I passed by this mushroom booth, and I've always wanted to be a cottagecore girl where I feel like a fairy living in a forest, and now I can be that by growing my own mushrooms. So this is the result of day 1. I got this box, and it's full of like sawdust and stuff, and apparently it's supposed to mimic like a tree so that the mushroom... Ow! Gandalf the Teak, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Thank you. Anyways, yeah, this is day 1. The mushroom is growing, I think. I cut an X in the little plastic bag thingy, and then I sprayed the block with some water, and now I'm waiting. Need a sitter for the turip? No, I think I'm good. The mushroom is growing. What? There are a bunch of mushrooms in here, And basically, there's gonna be 3 flushes. Not like a toilet flush, but like a flush of growth. And after 1 flush, I'm gonna cut all the mushrooms off and eat it. And then there's gonna be another flush, and then another flush. Yes, they're edible. These are oyster elms. Elm oysters? Yeah, that's the kind of mushroom they are. And they just need like what's it called? Indirect sunlight. So it's just chilling on my kitchen counter. Infinite food glitch. Hi, Minnow. I'm so glad you could come. They're magic in that they spawn infinitely. These are for food. It's Minecraft, but in real life. Okay, so I was thinking that what if every mushroom that grows, I can like have a stream where, I don't know, we name the mushrooms and then I draw on the mushroom with like edible markers, and then we get to choose which mushroom we like cut off and start eating. I don't know. Sometimes my stream ideas are a hit or miss, but that's a terrible idea. What the fuck? I thought it would be fun. Man, fuck you guys. It sounds like a horror idea. What? It's like naming your pig before you eat it. Bro, it's a mushroom. The first sacrifice should be called Kyle. How about Kevin Wynn? Chat is so mean to you for no reason. So true, Minnow. So true. Every day I show up and it's like, can you imagine walking into your workplace and then the moment you step through the door, the entire crew just like groans like, oh, great. Bow's here. That's literally you guys. That's literally my life. Man. You guys are laughing. But guess what? I'm crying. Ugh, she's live, Lamau. What the fuck? Can't have shit even in your own dojo. We love our pillow. Oh, thank you, Dude Sauce. Oh. Thank you, Snowy Card. Thursday Toast, thank you so much for the 8 months. Fallen Mage, thank you so much for the 4 months. Air Bronco, thank you so much for the 7 months. From VN with love. Come on, Bang. Thank you so much for the tier 1. Icefire, thank you so much for the 13 months. It's been great. Year felt short and you're my favorite VTuber. Keep at it, you're great. Ah, Icefire, you're so sweet. You're so sweet, thank you. Okay. First water bottle gone. Genius Pillow Princess. Aw, I'm a genius now? Whoa. Ugh, here we go. Bow's live again. Man, fuck you guys! Thank you, Quinn, for the bits. Hey, is my tits broken? Tits, you doing good? I haven't heard it do a thing in a while. Let's figure this out. Can there be like resubs? Subs? Oh, I guess this is give subs. Subs. Any tier. Prime. Tier 1, tier 1, tier 2. Any tier. Yeah, it should be any tier, right? I have no idea. Man, maybe I'm just stupid. I'll figure it out again. I can't be grateful enough to be here with chat and all of us loving to be here so much. I guarantee you all the people here are inspired by you and everything you do, no matter what. Anyways, I really want to be here with you and chat. Thank you for the amazing times being here. You make me and chat really happy. Way too much. We love you so much. Thank you for everything. Even though I'm very new here, I'm gonna say this for chat. Thank you for being an amazing streamer. What the heck? Such a sweet Sweet message. Oh, thank you. I'm best boy. Oh, no. I aspire. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Shadow Bunny God, thank you so much for the 1 year. Why does chat smell like maple syrup? There are ants now, and I'm itchy. It's a part of this social experiment I'm doing. You just have to trust the process. I'll let you know what all of this means, but yeah, I'll just let you know. I'll keep you in the loop. Check back in a week. Wait. Hold on. Oh, yeah, but anyways, let's see. Close this. I guess it's bully time. Okay, I guess it's bully time. Man, I come here, a great mood, and now I'm a bottom. Okay, I have downloaded the game, so... Oh no! Let me just get this game capture. Stanley Parable. Fuck! Stanley Parable. Don't hate me. Don't hate me, I'm sorry. Okay, we're doing this, and then I'm gonna get this, and then I'm gonna put it here, and then I'm gonna turn it, that's the dono bar, okay, and then I'm gonna put, where'd it go? Where's my chat box? Oh no, you guys are big as hell. There we go. Alright, perf. And then I'm gonna take my big ass head. I'm gonna put it right here. And then I'm gonna take my alerts and make it a little smaller. Okay. Alright. Are we ready? Set game Stanley Parable. Yes. Perfect. Silver Fox, thank you so much for the tier 1. Sooksash Era, thank you so much for the 14 months. Pog! Shane, thank you so much for the 500 bits. CMK, thank you so much for the 10 months. Good Lord, thank you so much for the 4 months. Thank you. Hold on, I'm gonna remove tits. I'm gonna close it, and then I'm gonna open it again, and then I'm gonna add it because it seems like it doesn't want to work. Okay, that's not it. Game capture? Allow transparency. Okay, should be fine now. Bruh. Ma. Hold up, y'all. What the? Oh, you know what? Transform. Reset. No? Fit to screen? Fit to screen? Oh. Okay. Oh, there we go. Then I'll just take my fat fucking head, put it here, pray to God. Okay. Question mark? Are we good now? Man. God? Is that you? Question mark? We Gucci? I think we're Gucci. Okay. Chat box? VOD, is that you? Okay, cool. Every day I suffer. I'm unbelievably psyched right now. I am gonna shit myself. Let me turn this shit off. Okay, there we go. Let's get this shit. Have you played the Stanley Parable before? No? Please adjust the slider until the computer is just barely visible. Like... what it looks like for me, I guess. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Hold on, chat. I figured it out. Bits. Subs, gift subs. Throw for every 100 bits. There we go. And what if I opened it again? Hopefully it works. Sorry, it got a new update and I've been having a stroke because of it. Bro?
You know why these bitches love me? Why? Cause Decker don't give a fuck.
What?
I be fixing her weave
Why are
while
we
she's sucking my
playing this,
dick,
bro?
pulling out, then I titty fuck. I fuck her from the back and she nasty, killing her. Know how I give it up. I be cool on them, bitch, ain't no pressure. Till I met this little freak, her named Megan. This little thing here, a stallion. Look how she walk, look how she talk, she's sexy. I like when they're pretty and ghetto. Type of bitch that don't even say hello.
Why?
Whenever we fuck, she be fucking me back, put her in a headlock with my elbow. Now she done reversed it. Got up on the dick and ride that shit like a Camaro.
You guys are so cursed. You're trying to turn my stream into a Noomi stream, bro. Okay, I guess we're starting the game now. Are we ready now? Have we gotten the horny out of our systems? Geek Girl, thank you so much for the 13 months. Thank you, Anonymous Dragon Slayer, for my self-gift. Holy heck, it's been a year already. Happy 13 months, pal. You always make me smile and look forward to your streams when I get the chance to stop by. Aw, thank you, Geek Girl. I'm so sorry we're listening to this audio. You guys are so stupid. Kage! Lirugetta, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Kim Bong Splooge, thank you so much for the half year. Bao Miso Pregante, send money. What the fuck? Lirugetta, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Shane, thank you so much for the 100 bits. And the 500 bits. Booch, thank you so much for the prime. Go Lord, thank you so much for the 4 months. Nice ears, thank you. CMK, thank you so much for the 10 months, CMK. Silver Fox, thank you so much for the tier 1. Man, fuck you guys. Stop!
You know why these bitches love me?
Melia!
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Okay, I'ma just wait. Lude, thank you so much for the 3 months.
I'd be cool on them, bitch.
That was way too cheap. Nestitopia, I wholeheartedly agree.
I like when they pretty and ghetto.
It's not even funny anymore. Just because you keep doing it doesn't make it any funnier.
Headlock with my elbow. Now she done reversed it.
Oh my.
That shit like a Camaro.
Damn, we really playing Stanley's Parabola right now. DJ Rocks, thank you so much for the 7 months. It's never ending. It truly isn't. Okay.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
Hello? Wait, I fucked up. Begin the game again. Wait, fuck. I missed the thing. Wait, we have to start over. I accidentally skipped it. Okay.
This is the story of a man named
Stanley.
Stanley.
You fucked up. No lore. No lore.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
Okay, this isn't scary.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard.
Hey, that's me.
Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk,
That's me.
telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made
the volume okay, y'all?
for this job. And Stanley was happy.
It's scary
and
already.
Then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked,
excuse you,
frozen
chat.
solid, Stanley found himself
Thanks,
unable to
dude.
move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and
Commander,
regained his
thank you so much for the 2
senses,
months.
he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Oh, are we playing now? Alright. So I'm just figuring out what to do. Damn.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Why does this feel like a Christmas game? I think it's the music and the narrator. It makes me feel like I'm about to wreck someone's Christmas spirit by sliding down their chimney.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay, my left. Then what? Okay.
Yet there was not a single person here
Tips
either.
for not getting fired.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
How to solve a dispute. Let it ball up inside you. Resent coworkers for not supporting you more. Take it out passive-aggressively on other coworkers. Using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Make sure your slide has a slick blue graphic in the header. Throw some bevel on all the text. This will ensure a calm and productive environment. Everyone is unique. You, most of all. What is hot? Profit. What do people want? Things. Money. More money. Things, but with more money. Number of slides on this slide. Slides. Charts. Charts and slides. Rate at which charts are on the same slide depict the same information. That's just so true. I learned this in statistics. Rate of increase in graphs per slide. Please no more charts. I'm begging. Stop, 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 stop. The boss appreciation minute. On your boss appreciation minute worksheet, circle the top 20 things you love the most about your boss. Fill out the triplicate and return your boss appreciation specialist. Solving interpersonal conflict. If you've ever find yourself in a conflict with another diligent employee like yourself, but more inclined towards conflict unless you're the kind of person who initiates conflict, why did we hire you? What are your dreams for the future? Nature, talk radio, transcend, plant, life, football, lunch, travel, metamorphosis, comatose, less air, spring break, clear skin. This is great. Yeah, this is a little on the nose, I think. We have our new product. The stock market is somewhere here. What is this? We need hopeless reviews bi-quarterly. Find teenagers to put in teenage demographic. Big net, some sort of child trap. Throw something in the ideas bin. No more bins, trash can. To renaming of the ideas on 30. Firing of me. Ideas bin. This is a little sad. I mean, I guess this is just like some sort of like marketing department.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
What the fuck? Why is it so luxurious? What the fuck? Okay, what is up with
Stepping into his
bosses
manager's office,
having
Stanley was
huge
once again
offices?
stunned to discover not an
And for
indication
what?
of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845.
2845.
But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
2845, 2845, 2845, 2845.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code.
I was such a good girl, following all directions.
He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
I have an emote for that. Wait. Thank you. Ow! Why, Kage? Why? Bertrand Jacob, thank you so much for the 4 months. And thank you for the gift sub, Kage. Wait. What? Where? Oomst? Did I? Wait, I'm confused. I don't get it. Oh, here. What's this? This is kind of spooky, I guess.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
What does this mean? What does this mean? Whoa.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Escape? Mind control facility? Well, I wanna know what this is. I'm a curious cat, you see.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
God damn. This is like all the way to Earth's core or something. I hate Mondays. Dude, does everyone have this mug? Like, what's going on here? I don't get it. Ooh, numbers on a sheet. What does it all mean? What's this?
Now,
surveillance camera?
jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Oh. Wait, how are they monitoring us? Is it just like through random stuff? Or, oh, I see. There's like cameras hidden everywhere. Okay. What this button do?
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really
Cat,
been
look,
under
we're on
someone's
TV.
control all
Say
this
hi to your
time?
moms.
Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Oh, nor. Or nor.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
We're simply all cogs.
But here was
I'm
the proof,
sorry, chat.
the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Yo? Console disabled. I'm stupid, you see. So I'm dismantling the bourgeoisie, the proletariat. Wait, what? I forgot. Which one is which? Which one is the working class? The bourgeoisie? My streamer can't read. What? Proletariat? Bougie equals rich member. We must take down the bourgeoisie. We, the proletariat, must rise. We must take down capitalism. And in place of it, put more capitalism. But like, for us. You know? Like, not for the bourgeoisie. We need capitalism, but like, for the proletariat. And then after that, I'm going to make a really big zoo, and I'm gonna dedicate 75% of the earth to animals and for the earth to heal, and then I'm gonna push Bikini Bottom somewhere else. What do you guys think? Do you guys like my biblically accurate plan to save the world? The CIA wants to know your location. Wait, what's this? Mind controls idle awaiting input.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
You lost me at you mispronouncing console. I'm doing my best, okay? I just am not lucky when it comes to the 50-50. Cyber Ronin, thank you so much for the sub. Lurking for love, thank you so much for the sub.
And a rising chill of uncertainty.
Chaos, thank you so much for the bits. Corporal Peaches, happy 3 months. Do the what now? Happy 1 month.
Yes.
Instagib, happy 4 months.
He had won. He had defeated the machine.
We've defeated the machine.
Himself from someone
We're
else's
free from
command.
the machine.
Freedom was mere moments away.
We're not a cog anymore.
Even as the immense door slowly opened,
ooh, big door.
Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone?
Guys, we beat the game.
Freed from the machine's grasp.
Tenha! Hi, Tenha! Thank you so much for the 5 gifted.
But as sunlight streamed into the
Namyon
chamber,
Mogul?
he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel.
I'm free!
Whatever life he lives, it will be his.
I'm a god, motherfucker!
That was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing.
I'm living off Stanley the fucking grid, motherfucker! I'm living off the land, motherfucker!
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin.
I'm touching grass.
The feeling of liberation.
Grass!
The immense possibility of the new path.
The cool soft blade of grass against
right
my
now,
skin.
That things were meant to happen.
It's just too good to be true.
Stanley was happy.
Oh, happiness. 幸せだね。青春だね。Hello? Now to get the other endings. Wait, what? That was an ending?
All of his co-workers were gone.
Okay, we're speedrunning.
What did it mean?
Shut up.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Shut up.
Perhaps he had simply missed a
Shut
memo.
up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open
Fuck
doors,
you.
this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Fuck you. Eat my ass.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago.
That's me!
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but
Okay,
you
I pull up.
all this time.
About at the after
There's someone
party.
you've been neglecting, Stanley.
That are friends
Someone
and
you've forgotten about.
Oh, Queen Cat, thank you so
Stop
much
trying
for
to make every decision by
Wade.
yourself.
Look, I'm a Queen
I'm
Cat
not
too.
asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Did this fucking narrator just threaten me? Her? He's asking for her? Who's that? My wife? Ain't no shot, bro. Who the hell is this guy? Who? Hey! Hey, come out here, you pussy! I'm not scared. I'm not scared.
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem
Why don't you
yourself,
redeem these nuts
to
on your
put
chin,
work
huh?
aside,
It's only 5
to
gifted.
let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
She's been waiting. What's this?
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
I just wanted to see if it was possible. She's climbing to the top ladder.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
So
Stanley
yeah,
decided to go to the meeting
you're
room.
welcome,
Perhaps
guys.
he had simply
That's
missed a memo.
the second ending. Not many people have come across it since you know it takes a person with really high
Stanley came to a
IQ
set of two
and a
open doors.
huge
He
set of
entered the door on
balls
his left.
to
This was not the correct way
accomplish
to the meeting room,
such a
and
feat.
Stanley knew it
You know?
perfectly well.
Did
Perhaps
you know
he
there's
wanted to
fall
stop by the
damage
employee
in
lounge
Stanley
first,
Parable?
just to admire it.
Did I hear 5 gift? Hi, Steve Boo. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted.
Wow. Yes. This room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Penalty for misuse of cargo. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift. Damn, I died and I owe people money? Bro, not
Look,
even
Stanley,
in death
I think perhaps we've
am I
gotten off
free
on
from the
wrong foot
shackles
here.
of
I'm not
capitalism.
Your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
Someone I've
you've
been
forgotten
neglecting?
about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me. I'm asking for... This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Where am I? Woo!
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this.
Hello? What is this? Hello? Hello?
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife?
No,
Who wanted
actually.
to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley.
I'm a Twitch streamer.
Trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
Damn.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Really? That's... I think we just established that. Maidenless Stanley? No women? Không có gái? Không có nữ? Hold on, I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick. Bathroom break. How about at the after party?
why these bitches love me? Why? Cause Deku don't give a fuck. What you do? I be fixing her weave while she's sucking my dick, pull it out, then I titty fuck. I fuck her from the back and she nasty, killing her, know how I give it up. I be cool on them, bitch, ain't no pressure. Till I met this little freak, her named Megan. This little thing here, a stallion. Look how she walk, look how she talk, she's sexy. I like when they pretty and ghetto. Type of bitch that don't even say hello. And whenever we fuck, she be fucking me back. Put her in a headlock with my elbow. Now she done reversed it. Got up on the dick and ride that shit like a Camaro.
What the fuck? What is this? You guys ruined the drop with the TikTok snore. Oh. We literally have no sense of humor anymore. Eggs Nihilo, thank you so much for the tier 1. Jinky Zero, thank you so much for the prime. Elder Mind Pulse, thank you so much for the 13 months. Egg Nihilo, thank you so much for the 2 gifted. It's Steve-oo, thank you so much for the 26 dono. What the heck? Is this enough for some instant noodles? Bro, that is enough for like 50 instant noodles. Thank you so much. Axel Nova, thank you so much for the 8 months. Okay. Good morning, employee number 427. Press J on your keyboard. Hold on. Can I take a bite of my hot dog? I've been waiting.
Puppy. This chicken's bussin'.
Puppy. This hot dog's a bussin'. You want a bite, puppy? It's really good. Okay, press J.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Press G.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
That's such a lie, though. I don't think no one chooses. Okay, if we truly if we truly had free will in this economy and that in such a way that allowed us to survive and thrive and be happy, do you think we would actively choose to work in a box and click away our life all day? God damn it, you guys.
But in his mind,
my point!
in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From
Isn't
behind
that
his
streaming,
desk,
though?
Stanley dreamed
Okay, you have a
of
point.
wild
Okay, you literally have a
expeditions
point.
into the unknown. Fantastic discoveries.
I
of
love
new
my
lands.
box.
It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
What does that mean?
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Oh, Stanley bricked up.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And
The
down
room is
another
changing.
was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
Oh! Roll credits.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
One more time?
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
Whoa. I bet this apartment goes for like 7K a month in New York.
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
I don't get it. Do I press it? I mean, how long will it be? What if I don't press the button? Is there like a way?
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
What the fuck? Bro?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had... When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'm gonna try going through the escape door.
Yet there was not a single
Is this the
person
deluxe
here
edition?
either.
Yes.
Feeling a wave
Got the
of
deluxe
disbelief,
edition.
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk.
Stevo, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Rhyme Eo, happy 1 year.
He didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
Oh,
that
my
kind
bad.
of anxiety isn't healthy.
Oh shit,
so
my
he
bad.
Relaxed for a few
Okay,
moments
damn, I'm
with some
sorry.
calm
I
new age
just.
music.
All right, you can keep. All right, well now. Fuck! Now I have to actually chill. It's definitely new age.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Seethe. Jewy Oki, thank you very much for the prime. You hurt his feelies? I didn't mean to. He has such a grandiose way of pronouncing words. It takes too long. I have ADHD.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
We'll see about that.
The door behind him was not shut.
We'll see about that.
Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Kei-san! Socho! Ah, kite kurete arigato! Ah, otsukaresama deshita! Ah, arigato! Arigato! Daisuki da yo, daisuki! Ah! Oh my god, kekkon shiyou! Kekkon shiyou! Onegai shimasu! Ah, hi, Kei-san! Thank you so much for the raid! I hope you had a wonderful stream! Hi, raiders! My name is Bao the Whale! We're playing the Stanley Parable Deluxe version! It's so nice to meet you! Oh! Hajimemashite! Daisuki da yo! Okay. I'm calm now. Thank you so much for the raid.
Stanley was making a conscious,
Please enjoy your stay. Kei-san, arigatou gozaimasu! Kei-san, socho! Guys, if you guys have not followed Kei-san on Twitch and YouTube yet, please do. Kei-san has an amazing, beautiful Yakuza model, and I'm a big fan. She's actually God, and if you subscribe to her, you add 10 years to your lifespan. It's actually confirmed. Wait, did I... Oh. Wait, I didn't die, though. I didn't die.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever.
Okay, maybe I will
Stanley
perish.
can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man.
Can't I just
So
hop
he
off?
resigned and willingly accepted this violent
Oh, I
end
really
to
can't
his
hop off,
brief
can
and
I?
shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Why is the Ball Crusher 9000 underneath my desk? Hello?
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as
Wait,
Stanley was led
who's this
helplessly
woman?
into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Huh? Maiden? Maidens? Oh yeah, this Friday, y'all.
Emotional damage!
Yes, emotional damage. This Friday at 3 p.m. PST, I'll be playing Labyrinthine with Kei-san, Socho, and Pikami, and Shy Lily. So don't miss that, okay? Anyways, somehow we lived. And there's a new character that's been introduced. Wait, what is this?
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
Huh? Oh, this is
When
new.
every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
That's true. That is true. I think this has to do with philosophy. I remember I was reading this book back in high school where, like, there's the theory that no matter what decision you make in life, the events in your life have already been predetermined, and no matter what decisions you, like, try to make, you will always end up at the same conclusion. And it's an illusion of free will. Is it determinism? No, it's not nihilism. Determinism. It's not capitalism. Damn, so I'm just fucked then? Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, it's kind of like the glass half full sort of thing. If you believe in nihilism, you can interpret it in two different ways. You can think life is meaningless. Or you can interpret it as life is meaningless, which is like, who fucking cares? I'm gonna die anyway. I should just, like, do whatever I want. And then the other side of the coin is just life doesn't matter. That's it. Wait, is this the end of the game? Did I beat the game? Well, now I'm sad. Don't be sad. Nothing matters. Corridor. The pacing of the orbiting... Oh! Hey. Interesting. Alter to make sure the Pete reaches the 2 doors in good time. Sections have been added and altered throughout development through the core layout remains almost identical to the first iteration. Button sounds. Oh. What's this? 4-3 through 4-3-6? Is this just a museum of the game? Screenshots. Oh. I don't know. What does all of this mean? How do I get out of here? Way to bring down the mood, Bao. The mood has already been down, bro. We've just learned that my character's been dead the moment we press start game. Please stop playing this!
You know why these bitches love me?
Look at these
This Deku don't
two.
give a fuck.
How they
I
wish
be
to
fixing her
destroy
weave while
one
she's sucking my
another.
dick.
How
If I curve from the back and she
How
nasty,
they
killing her.
both
Know how I
wish to
give
be
it up.
free.
I'd be cool on them, bitch, ain't no pressure. Till I met this little freak, her name Megan. This little thing here
Why?
is Look how she walk, look how she talk, she's sexy. I like when they pretty and get 'em. Type of bitch that don't even say hello. And whenever we fuck, she be fucking me back, put her in a headlock with my elbow. Now she done reversed it. Got up on the dick and ride that shit like a Camaro.
Thank you, Deku. Thank you for fixing the vibes.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another?
No, I can't see anything.
Perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
Steve-oo!
You know why these bitches love me?
But listen
This
to
Deku
me.
don't
You
give a
can
fuck.
still save
I
these
be
two.
fixing her
You
weave
can
while she's
stop
sucking
the
my dick, pull
programming
it out,
before
then
they
I
both
titty
fail.
I fuck her
Push
from the back and
escape
she
and
nasty,
press
killing her.
quit.
Know how I give it up. I'd be cool on them, bitch, ain't no pressure.
I did it!
Till I met this little freak, her name Megan. This little thing here, a stallion. Look how she walk, look how she talk, she's sexy. I like when they pretty and ghetto. Type of bitch
This
that don't
is the
even say
story of
hello.
a man
And
named
whenever we
Stanley.
fuck, she be fucking me back, put her in a headlock with my elbow. Now she done reversed.
Did I do it?
Got up on the dick and ride that shit like a Camaro.
Hey, yo, good job. Now what?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting
girl,
room.
Bao.
Perhaps he had
Aw.
simply missed a memo.
I'm good girl. Oh, yeah, Z-Tai, thank you so much for the tier 1. Smash, thank you so much for 7 months. Sleepy Puddings, thank you so much for tier 1. Westius, thank you so much for tier 1. Scientific determinism is basically just everything is just matter and energy interacting, which can be predicted by the laws of physics, and thus everything is predetermined. That is true. I mean, there's like laws that happen, and so there's only like so many like, I guess, possibilities of things happening in a lifetime. Good job. The narrator got into your head. Our streamer is smart. Aw, thanks. Oh, I'm sorry. My VTS thing is not open, but I can turn on smug. Smug, 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 smug. Smug, smug, smug. Aba. So, we got an ending. You should hang out in the broom closet. Broom closet. There's a broom closet?
No matter how... Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
He's on to me! He's on to me! All the doors are locked. I can't... I'm touching, I'm clicking, I'm touching. It's in the left door. The left door? Everything in here. Wiggle the doorknob 5 times.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement?
There's an
Click
achievement?
a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times.
20 times.
I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Really? Okay, bet. $4.30? Specifically door 430. Okay, noted.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing
Please, give it to
effort
me!
for a noble cause.
Yeah, so nicely!
Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
Anytime now. I got this.
No, I'm still not feeling
Oh
it.
my.
I want this achievement to have meant something. It has
The
to be
fuck is
a
this
true
narrator,
reward
Mr.
for
Krabs?
valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
417? 417? Where's door 417? 417. 417. Oh, here.
Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Oh, okay. We're going back now, I think. 437. 437. Eh? No? Eh? Oh, here.
Excellent. I think we're
Okay.
getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
10 clicks. 415. 415. 415. 415. Almost there. Here.
Now, back to door number 437.
Okay. I'm going. 437. 437. Eh? Oh.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? Oh!
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
Oh, he's so excited. I think he's really turning around. Please. Please.
Yes, this is great. You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that.
Yeah,
All right,
I'm
let's
feeling
keep
it
it up.
now.
Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
Oh, you got it, boss. Where am I? Oh, fuck. 416.
We've almost got it. Now the copy machine. Do that one again.
We gotta do it, the copy machine!
Finish it off, Stanley. 5 clicks on door 430. Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really? What were you thinking?
What was I thinking? Man, it just feels good. Man. Oh, thank you, Frenchie, thank you. I couldn't have done it without everyone's encouragement. Dar, thank you so much for the tier 1. Nuga Psycho, thank you very much for the prime. Sitai, thank you very much for the tier 1. Did you even get an achievement? Yes, I actually
When
did.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Steve-oo, thank you so much for the 5 gifted! Thank you!
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art.
So, like...
What was it about this room? But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on
Is
his
this
left.
the Val who went beyond just clicking 5 times on door 430? It sure is, Moogie! It sure fucking is! What's this?
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Oh, I've never been here before. I've never been here before. This is new. This is new.
But
I got an
Stanley didn't
ending.
want to
I
go
got an
back to the
ending.
office. He wanted to wander about and get even further
Weird
on
salad.
track.
Thank you for the bits.
So now, in order to get back, he needed to go,
Huh? No, take your time.
Here it's,
Left.
left.
Left. Huh? Oh no, the door closed. Tom Nook, thank you so much for the gracious 200 bits. Sayu,
Oh, no.
thank you so
No,
much for
it's
the
to
8
the right, my
months.
mistake.
You were just playing this yesterday? Yo, did you enjoy it? I played it just now.
No.
What?
Not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right?
Okay, just
What
admit it,
was I
narrator. You're
thinking?
fucking lost.
It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Oh my... Dude, this guy...
Let's see, we went down right, left, down,
Bro.
left, right.
How big is this place?
Okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
He's not gonna juke me, right? Like, this is really the way? Hello? There's a car. Can I get inside of it? No. Nor? I guess not. I'll just keep going.
No.
What?
This isn't right
What?
at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler.
Oh,
Quick,
fuck,
Stanley,
we got a
close
spoiler.
your eyes.
Okay.
Okay. We just have to get back to
My eyes are
Who
closed.
am I kidding? It's all rubbish now.
Rubbish?
The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this
No,
nonsense,
we can fix
we'll
this.
just restart the game from
What?
the beginning.
That's not fair.
And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track,
I
Okay.
worked so hard to
From the
get
top.
here. Hello. I worked so hard to get there. Man, what the? Emotional damage. The narrator really said, too bad. Well, does he take your achievement? Take away your achievement too? No, I got a thing for that.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Wait, so is it a horror game or not? I don't know, chat. Is this a horror game? Why don't you guys answer for me? She doesn't know? What? She doesn't know? What? I don't get it. I don't know. What did I miss? Did I miss something? Wait, what? The streamer is unaware. What?
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh.
Wait, we kept
Everything should
going!
be...
We kept going!
Something changed. Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or...
How the fuck do I move a story, bro?
Well,
I'm
asking
basically
you.
an
I'm the one who wrote
NPC.
the story was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Let's find the story? What does that mean? Question mark. Chat, what the hell's going on? Am I gonna get bamboozled again? This game is giving me trust issues. The true horror are the friends we made along the way. It's a pretty bold statement. Just find out. Enter the back rooms. Fuck! We really are in the fucking back rooms, bro!
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well,
I don't know. You tell me, narrator.
Starting over and over again.
Giga, thank you so much for the 19 months!
Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Oh. Okay. My good people, have you heard of Twitch Prime? Did you know that by linking your Amazon Prime account with your Twitch, you can get a monthly sub to any Twitch channel, specifically BOW, for free? Oh my god, Giga Downs, thank you so much for reminding everybody that Twitch Prime exists. And thank you so much for the 19 months. That one guy X, thank you so much for the bits. Did anyone tell her about the ghoulish butt monster? Is that a euphemism for me? Winded Dragon, thank you so much for the prime. Anyways, any primers? Neptune, thank you so much for the bits. Thank you. Eggs Nihilo, thank you very much for the bits. Nariety, thank you so much for the prime. TSL Kevo, thank you so much for the 4 months. Thank you, friends. Ow! Oh, Smoogie, thank you so much for the gift sub. Thank you.
All of his co-workers.
It's nice meeting you at Off Guy. Oh, it's nice meeting you too, Giga.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply
I still
missed a
remembered
memo.
you. I was like, which Giga? And he was like, Giga these nuts. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. What's going on now? I'm sorry. Who?
Okay, yep, it's worse.
Oh shit!
I might be remembering this wrong.
Yo.
It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Wrong code? No code? No HTML? Al, how'd you break the game? I don't know. When you forget to cherish it. Steve-o, thank you so much for the 5 gifted! Thank you! Oh, thank you! What's going on? What's this? I just saw something on the computer. What does that mean? Wait. Am I playing a fun game? Look. I clicked it and then the computer screen turned black.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The
What?
story.
The
Here it comes.
story!
Wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Oh, fuck. I don't know how to retrace my steps. I'm really bad at retracing my steps. I almost never know where I parked in the parking lot. I always have to use my panic button.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all.
Bro, are we in Resident
Is this the
Evil?
story? I don't think so.
Yo, this is
I
Biohazard.
recall, but I
Oh,
believe
Steve-o,
my
thank you
story
so
took
much for
place
the
in an
10
office
gifted!
building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley?
Thank you so much,
You know
Steve-o.
what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
I won!
Congratulations!
No shot.
I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job.
Bro, what can I say?
Oh, no.
I'm just kind of a
I don't
gamer.
feel right about this at
I
all.
fucking
We both
won.
know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some
Bro?
people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay? I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is.
That
I
was
don't care
really
what
a
might
mean
happen this
thing to
time.
say.
I have to restart.
Is that really, like... I feel like I'm in a hospital now. The line! I'm at Disney World right now. Follow this line for funny hee-ha-ha moments. Sai-ai-chan! Sai-ai-chan! Thank you so much for the 3 months! You won, Pog! Luca Pog moment. Nice Deek, thank you very much for the tier 1. Double D's 658, thank you very much for the prime. Dance like butterfly wings, thank you so much for the prime. Purple, thank you so much for the prime. You guys are fucking awesome. Thank you so much for the primes. I really appreciate it. Oh fuck, we hit level 5. I'm
All
nutting.
right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
I have to turn the computers off. It's really important. We can't waste electricity. Keep it off, keep it off, keep it off. Is it off? Is it off? Tip, tip, tap, 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 tap. Okay, done. Hi, Neko. Oh my god, those ears. Aw, thank you. If you type in the command VTuber assets, you too can have cat ears. The One Crow, thank you very much for the prime. Are you the One Crow from season 6 of Rick and Morty?
You see? The line knows
How are you
where
liking the game?
Is. It's over in this direction.
It's funny and silly.
Destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me.
Keep going.
Now we can both agree
take your
that
time.
The nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten
Chat, has anyone seen Who Asked? Wait, what? What's happening? I don't understand. It's crazy. It's too crazy. I just wanted a 9 to 5. What happened to my 9 to 5? What's happening? I'm following it, I swear. Where's my fucking vacation, bro? Why didn't I just call up a sick day? Why did I have to show up? I feel like I'm getting even more lost. Money. What in the... This is... Everything on the wall is just word salad. We must find the story. I don't feel like there has been a story yet. I feel like it's just been like a weird meta commentary.
Go back and look at that fern.
Oh, okay, bet.
Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story.
Guys,
Make
chill out.
sure you
This
study
fern.
it closely and remember it carefully.
There's just something about this
You won't want to
fern.
miss anything.
Guys, there's something about this fern. Guys, focus. You and me. Your eyes, my eyes, this fern. Okay. All right. Okay, one more time. Yeah. It's a really good fern. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this fern. Yeah, it's just the way that the leaves just so green and it's just really, yeah, God, I love the way that it just creates chlorophyll and releases oxygen into the air, and I love that it's a eukaryote cell, and that it's wow, yeah. Thanks for that. Just got a little gassy thinking about this fern for so long. Alright. Sorry. I got a little... Yeah. It was for the plot. It was for the plot. We're gonna keep going.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley
Line
Parable,
TM.
right? The story? Is any of this ringing a
The
bell?
Stanley Parable. I like that we're calling it the Stanley Parable now. Okay. Do I just follow it anywhere? Like it doesn't... It's just gonna lead me there, right? To the...
Oh, no, not again.
We
Line,
fucked
how
up.
could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you,
Line!
after everything we've been through, you...
I fucking hate you,
can't
Steve-oo.
take this anymore, to hell with it.
This Decker
Restart.
don't give a fuck. What you do? I be fixing her weave while she's sucking my dick. Pull it out, then I titty fuck. I fuck her from the
Creeper
back
the
and she
Dark
nasty,
Gamer, thank you
killing her.
so
Know
much
how
for
I
the
give it up.
tier 3.
I be
Holy
cool on a
crap!
bitch,
Thank
ain't
you
no
so
pressure.
much,
Till I met
Creeper.
this little freak, her name
Happy
Megan.
7 months.
This little thing here is Stallion. Look how she
Tesla,
walk.
thank you
Look
very
how
much
she
for the
talk.
4
She's sexy.
months.
I
Thank
like when
you.
they pretty
Thank
and
you.
ghetto.
Thank you for the
Type of bitch
support.
that don't even say hello. And whenever we fuck, she be fucking me back. Put her in a headlock with my elbow. Now she done reversed it. Got up on the dick and ride that shit like a Camaro.
Creeper, you're so pog. Thank you so much for the tier 3. I forgot what I was doing. Thank you so much for the tier 3 too. And happy 4 months. I forgot what I was doing. Mew.
You know why these bitches love me? Cause Decker don't give a fuck. What you do? I be
Just gonna
fixing
sip
her
on
weave
this
while she's
Capri
sucking my
Sun.
dick. Pull it out, then I titty fuck. I fuck her from the back and she nasty, killing her. Know how I give it up. I be cool on them, bitch, ain't no pressure. Till I met this little freak, her name Megan. This little thing here a stallion. Look how she walk, look how she talk, she's sexy. I like when they pretty and ghetto. Type of bitch that don't even say hello. And whenever we fuck, she be fucking me back. Put her in a headlock with my elbow. Now she done reversed it. Got up on the dick and ride that shit
You're
like
listening
a
to my
Camaro.
Capri Sun. Please raise the price. Chrissy, thank you so much for the 7 months. Not tier 3 or prime or those. No, don't Sag. That's still amazing. Thank you.
You know why these bitches love me? Cause Decker don't give a fuck. What you do? I be
Please
fixing her weave while
release
she's
me.
sucking my dick. Pull it out, then I
Please
titty
fucking
fuck.
release
I
me.
fuck her from the back and she nasty, killing her. Know how I give it up.
Please
I be cool on
release
them, bitch, ain't
me.
no pressure. Till I met this little freak, her name Megan. This little thing here a stallion.
That's it.
Look how she walk.
That's
look how she
it.
Talk. She's sexy. I like when they pretty and ghetto. Type of bitch that don't even say hello. And whenever we fuck, she be fucking me back. Put her in a headlock with my elbow. Now she done reversed it. Got up on the dick and ride that shit like a Camaro. You
Again!
know why these bitches love me?
I didn't change it in time, chat. Please forgive me.
Pull it out, then I titty fuck. I fuck her from the back and she nasty, killing her. Know how I give it up.
At what
I be
point?
cool on them, bitch, ain't no pressure. Till I met this little freak, her name Megan. This little thing here a stallion. Look how she walk. Look how
Everyone
she talk.
refresh
She's
your
sexy.
Twitch
I
page.
like when they pretty and ghetto. Type of bitch that don't even say hello. And whenever we fuck, she be fucking me back. Put her in a headlock with my elbow. Now she done reversed it. Got up on the dick and ride that shit like a Camaro. You know why these bitches love me? Cause Decker don't give a fuck. I be fixing her weave while
It's
she's sucking my dick. Pull it out,
literally
then
at
I titty
1,000
fuck.
bits
I
right
fuck her from the back and she nasty, killing her. Know how I give it up. I be
Steve.
cool on them, bitch, ain't no pressure. Till I met this little freak, her name Megan. This little thing here a stallion. Look how she walk. Look how
I
she
wanna
talk.
raise
She's
it to
sexy.
10,000
I like when they
bits.
pretty and ghetto. Type of
You guys
bitch
are
that don't even say
insane.
hello. And whenever we fuck, she be fucking me back.
I really
Put her in a
don't want
headlock
you to
with my
spend
elbow.
that much
Now
money
she done
for a
reversed it.
fucking
Got up on
sound
the dick and
alert.
ride that shit like a Camaro.
This is a horror game now. Do it, you
You
won't.
know what, Stanley?
Wait, what?
I say forget the adventure line.
Oh,
What's
shit.
it ever done for
No,
us?
we're moving on from
We're
the adventure
intelligent
line.
people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting.
Yeah, let's just
daring,
make up our own
mysterious.
story. Fuck this
Ooh,
shit, bro.
This all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't
Yeah,
we
yeah,
simply
yeah.
start wandering in, well, I don't know.
Yeah.
How about this direction?
Ooh, oh. Narrator and I are being a little frisky.
You know why these bitches love me?
Oh, okay, now
Cause Decker
now
don't
it's
give a fuck.
anonymous, so we can't
I be
call
fixing
you
her weave
fucking
while she's
out.
sucking my dick. Pull it out,
Who
then I
did
titty
that?
fuck. I fuck her from
It's
the back
one
and
of
she
you
nasty,
guys.
killing her.
It
Know how I give
certainly
it up.
wasn't me.
I be cool on them, bitch, ain't no pressure. Till I met this little freak, her name Megan. This little thing here a stallion.
Oh,
Look
my.
How she walk. Look how she talk, she's sexy.
You know
I
what?
like when they pretty and ghetto. Type of bitch that don't even say hello. And whenever we fuck, she be fucking me back. Put her in a headlock
alright.
with my elbow. Now she done reversed it.
You've-
Got up on the
you've-
dick and ride that shit like a Camaro.
You've pushed my hand. Let's do 2,000 bits.
You know why these bitches love me?
I put
'Cause Decker
down
don't give a fuck.
the blue
I be
eyes,
fixing her weave while she's
white
sucking my dick.
dragon.
Pull it out, then I titty fuck. I fuck her
Go
from the back and
fish.
she nasty, killing her. Know how I give it up. I'd be cool on him, bitch. Ain't no pressure. Till I met this little freak, her named Megan.
Surely you guys have some self-control.
She's sexy.
That one guy X, thank you very much for the bits. This is one of the funniest streams for me tonight. Unfortunately, this is just my life. Megan Elise, thank you very much for the prime. Thank you. I love primers. You guys do not smell musty like my chat.
You know why these bitches love me? 'Cause Debbie don't give a fuck. I'm fixing her weave while she's sucking my dick. Pull it out, then I titty fuck. I fuck her from the back and she nasty.
He snuck one in while it was still at 1K.
Till I met this little freak named Megan. This little thing here is stallion. Look how she walks. Look how she talks. She's sexy.
The N Butcher, thank you very much for the sub. Just disable it.
Put her in a headlock with my elbow.
Soul Gen, thank you very much for the 10 months. Thank you. Oh my god, look at so many. Oh my. I'll pay you to disable it? Okay, okay. You know what? You know, alright. That's it.
I fuck her from the back and she
That's
nasty,
it.
killing her. Know how I give it up. I'd be cool on him, bitch. Ain't no pressure.
How about 5,000 bits?
Look how she walk. Look how she talk. She's sexy.
5,000 bits. That is so. That is actually. I don't even want to go to 10K yet. If we go to 10K, I'm scared.
Got up on the dick and ride that shit like a Camaro.
Thank you, Nude Hone. Thank you so much for.
You know why these bitches
Who was that? Miragetta! Alright. I'm timing y'all out. I'm fucking timing you guys out! Lostopia, thank you so much for the 9 months. Happy birthday to our Twitch sub baby! I think you are underestimating chat. I'm not underestimating you guys. I just assumed you guys would have self-control! I'm tired of raving. Oh, everyone's tired of dancing.
Got up on the dick and ride that shit like a Camaro.
Are we safe yet? Are we? When are the?
You know why these bitches love me? 'Cause Debbie don't give a fuck.
Please,
I be fixing her weave while she's sucking my dick. Pull it out, then I titty fuck.
How do you keep sneaking them in? I literally changed it the moment that I said it.
Bitch, ain't no pressure. Till I met this little freak, her named Megan. This little thing here, a stallion.
I fucking hate My Hero Academia. I'm never watching that shit ever again after this stream.
Say hello. And whenever we fuck, she be fucking me back. Put her in a headlock with my elbow. Now she done reversed it. Got up on the dick and ride that shit like a Camaro. You know why these bitches love me? Why? 'Cause Deku don't give a fuck. What you do? I be fixing her weave while she's sucking my dick. Pull it out, then I titty fuck. I fuck her from the back and she nasty, killing her. Know how I give it up. I'd be cool on him, bitch. Ain't no pressure. Till I met this little freak, her named Megan. This little thing here, a stallion. Look how she walk. Look how she talk. She's sexy.
Will it end?
Ghetto. Type of bitch that don't even say hello. And whenever we fuck, she be fucking.
Please make it stop.
With my elbow.
Please.
Reversed it. Got up on the dick and ride that shit like a Camaro.
I already raised it!
You know why these bitches love me?
Hey!
'Cause Deku don't give a fuck.
I literally did! I quite literally did!
I fuck her from the back and she nasty, killing her. Know how I give it up. I'd be cool.
What if I said it?
Till I met this little freak, her named Megan.
The subscriber only.
Look how she talks, she's sexy. I like when they pretty and ghetto. Type of bitch that don't even say hello. And whenever we fuck, she be fucking me back. Put her in a headlock.
I can't.
Now she done reversed it. Got up on the dick and ride that shit like a Camaro.
Is it? Are we? Is it real? My ears? Are they not deceiving me? Oh. I think we're safe. I think we're safe. Yeah! Glorious silence, gotchi-gasm. Okay, just for surviving that, I feel like that was an
You know why these bitches love me? 'Cause Deku don't give a fuck. I be fixing her weave while she's sucking my dick. Pull it out, then I titty fuck. fuck her from the back and she nasty. I'd be cool on a bitch, no pressure. Till I met this little freaker named Megan. This whole thing here is stallion. Look how she walks. Look how she talks. She's sexy.
At what
I like when they
point?
pretty and ghetto.
At
Like a bitch, I don't even say hello.
what
Whenever we fuck, she be fucking me back. Put her in a headlock with my elbow. Now she done reversed it. Got up on the dick and ride that shit like a Camaro.
Make it stop 2022. I can't. It's literally at the fucking max amount. I can't make it any higher. Steve-oo, thank you for the bits. I was going to do it again and saw you raised it to 10K. Steve-oo, you're a menace. I'm putting it on cooldown for the time being.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be?
Story?
Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready
Shane, thank
for
you
it.
so much for bits. I have $25 left in my bank, but we been chilling? Shane, please tell me that isn't true.
Oh, no.
Do I need to
not
refund
again.
you?
Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be
Hey,
fine.
are we? Is our relationship with narrator kinda improving? Because at first he was like kinda evil to us, but now, you know, is shit turning around, bro? I don't know. Maybe we can. I don't know. Maybe we can work something out. You know? That one guy X, thank you so much for bits. You stayed strong. Thank you. Mental Fortitude is my middle name.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I
Opportunity.
need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute.
Oh, I mean, I kind of already
Okay,
was, you
so
know?
I know that each door has to lead somewhere.
Uh-huh,
Which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go,
Right.
there must be a reverse door that leads here.
A
And that in
reverse, okay.
turn means that our destination corresponds
Uh-huh.
with a counter-inverted reverse door's origin.
All
So
right.
starting from the right, let us ask,
Okay.
will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one.
So,
Another victory for logic.
so
Come, Stanley.
so we're
Our
going-
destiny awaits.
we're going to the right? The confusion ending.
What's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart
there's a
again.
schedule.
Then what?
Nice.
Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget?
Oh
My mind
shit,
goes
what if the
blank
oh my
simply
god,
because
the
it's written
narrator
here on
is
this-
stuck
this
too.
thing.
Determinism.
wall.
This is I called
Well,
it. I
who
called
consulted
it.
me?
It's determinism.
When did I
I'm
get
so
to decide?
smart. I am
Why
a
don't I
smart
get a say
smart
in all of this?
wheel.
Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like
It's
this.
not determinism,
I
though?
won't restart the
Wait,
game. I
really?
won't do it. I
thought it
won't
was,
do it.
though.
I won't do it. And the timer
Oh.
stopped?
What?
Does that mean
Hello?
did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The whatever it is that made this schedule?
What?
How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen?
Dude,
So, okay.
bro, if the narrator's panicking, so am I.
I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not
I
quite
guess.
sure if we're in the destination or the journey. Though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually.
Ooh,
Well,
okay.
in the meantime, if you
What just happened? What just happened? Did Narrator Kun just get fired? That one guy, thank you so much for bits. Kage, thank you so much for the gift sub. Peachy Poops, happy 16 months. Thank you, Peachy. Wizauron, thank you so much for the 3 months. Therion, thank you so much for the prime. Thank you. Lostopia, happy 9 months. Lostopia, happy birthday to our Twitch stuff, baby. Opa T Fark Square, thank you very much for the tier 1. Happy half year. Thank you. Selcar, thank you so much for the 2 months. Are you in purgatory? Am I? Am I in purgatory? Or are you in purgatory? Yeah? Please laugh. Please? 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 Man, fuck you guys. I gave you that for free.
Stanley's office was a distant memory.
Fuck you guys.
What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
A painting?
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
This Decker don't give a fuck. What you do? I be fixing her weave while she's sucking my dick, pull it out, then I titty fuck. I fuck her from the back and she nasty, killing her, know how I give it up. I be cool on him, bitch, ain't no pressure. Till I met this little freak, her name Megan. This little thing here a stallion. Look how she walk, look how she talk, she's sexy. I like when they pretty and ghetto. Type of bitch that don't even say hello. And whenever we fuck, she be fucking me back. Put her in a headlock with my elbow. Now she done reversed it. Got up on the dick and ride that shit like a Camaro.
Hey Beijing boy. This you? This you? Hey Beijing boy, this you? Yeah, you embarrassed after playing that alert now, huh?
This Decker don't give a fuck. I be fixing her weave while she's sucking my dick. Pull it out
that?
my titty fuck.
Snowing heart, you're fucking next. You're fucking next, Snowing heart. This you, bro? This you, homie? You know, I'm something of a bow enjoyer myself.
Look how she walk, look how she talk, she's sexy. I like when they pretty and ghetto.
This dude.
I don't even say hello.
I'm pulling up the Twitter. VIP this man. I don't have any more VIPs. I want to though. Can I do it? Unable to add VIP. I have too many. I love that tweet. Thank you for spending the stupid amount that you've just spent on sub alert. That one guy, thank you so much for the bits. So now we're looking for I'll sacrifice me for him. Okay, Summer, you're next. You're on my call out list. Oh, huh? Hello? Why did the door close? I can do that? Wait, I forgot what we were doing. I'm looking for a painting?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered
Wait.
the door on his left.
Wait, did we... What sound? Is it raining? You hear that? Wait, is it raining?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Zyox, thank you so much for the 5 months.
Standing now in this
Kage!
incredible
You're on my
room,
shit list.
Stanley
Thank you so much for the
first
bits.
time understood true happiness. Then the feeling went away, and he felt sad again. Then it came back, and lingered for a minute or two. Now it's only half there. Just a kind of, tingle.
So... Aw, thank you so much for the bits, you guys. I hope you enjoy throwing things at me.
Really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Paintings. I remember these paintings. These are at the end of the game, right?
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Oh my god, the narrator's being so mean to me. This narrator's being so mean. Thank you for being a good sport with the Deku emotes, so mega lol.
Time had passed and there was
Of course,
no more,
Kudo.
he decided that the game was
My
trying to send
patience
him a
is
message.
bordering saint levels. So, how long can I stay in this room before the narrator starts crying? Is that a possible thing? I can just keep, like, hanging out here, right? Like, eventually he'll just, like, be like, bro, please. Something about this room. It's making me feel so hot and funny. Okay, well, maybe he's... Actually, maybe I exhausted the dialogue.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room. He took the first open
So
door on his left to
sarcastic.
get back to business.
What? Wait.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
How do we get back to that ending? What happened? I'm confused. Drop down the railing on the left bow. Railing on the left bow. Oh, wait. Do you see that? There's a line. Do you see? the line? The line. Line TM. How do I get there? Let me see. Will it... Where... I can just...
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very
I got
powerful.
the bozo ending again.
A soft wind blew
Zinnias, happy
outside and
16
perhaps rain
months.
started,
Hope you've
and
been
it
well.
did, it stopped
I've been
shortly
great.
after.
Thank you so much,
Stanley
Zinnias.
hoped that he would one day see weather.
Really, thank you so much for the bits. Stanley was the bottom, Pillow Princess Whale. That's why he was so good at following directions. Play this when you think Bao is going to start her villain arc. It's getting closer, all right, Beijing boy.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. He entered the door on his left.
You know what?
Yet there was not a
I
single
secretly
person
turned
in
it
the
back to 500
With
bits.
disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to
I
his boss's
fucked up,
office.
apparently.
He might find an answer there.
I'd be cool on him, bitch.
I literally turned it back to 500 bits and didn't tell anyone, and you guys still figured it out! Huge L. Why though? I trusted you!
Put her in a headlock
I
with my
trusted you
elbow.
guys!
She done reversed it. Got up on the dick and ride that shit like a Camaro.
What a point to enter the stream. Hi, Fob! Never trust chat! I don't know!
Coming to a staircase, Stanley
just
walked
thought I
upstairs to his
could.
boss's office.
I just thought I could. shoot it. Where's Amige?
But Stanley just couldn't do it.
The car.
He considered the possibility of facing his boss.
Imagine
admitting
trusting
he had
chat.
left his post
True,
during work hours.
firecracker,
He might be
huge
fired
elf,
for that.
bozo
And in
moment.
such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief
fuck.
Stanley felt.
All the rooms
to
are
have finally
repeating.
found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Oh shit.
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up.
Waifu.
How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now.
There's nothing to say, chat.
In his life. Now, hearing
I
the voice
said all I
speak these
could.
words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the
stream
magical
is
stars
just a
a
dream.
moment ago? How else would the voice
Deku
explain
rap.
all that? This
Surely.
voice was a part of himself too, surely.
A nightmare.
Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up.
Okay,
He
wake up,
felt the
bitch.
cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over.
Wait, this is
Let me
so
go back
sad.
to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way
Wait,
it's
stop.
always
This
been.
is so sad. I don't
My
like this
life
anymore.
Is normal. I am normal.
I don't like this anymore.
Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Wait, stop. This is sad. I don't like it. Make it stop. He's still here.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real.
My
I
own
must
mod.
be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
No, why'd you do it at this moment?
This little thing here, a stallion. Look how she walk. Look how she talks.
This
She's
is the
sexy.
story of
I
a
like when
woman.
they
You
bring that
betrayed
out.
me.
Type of bitch I don't even say hello. And whenever we
You ruined it.
I put her in a headlock with my elbow.
She rose,
She
got
done
dressed,
reversed.
gathered
Got up on
her
the dick and run that
belongings,
shit like
and
a
walked to her
arrow.
place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and
You know why
screaming
these
to
bitches love
himself,
me?
and then
'Cause
collapsed
Decker don't
dead
give
on
a
the
fuck.
sidewalk.
I be
And
fixing her
although
weed
she
while
would
she's
soon
sucking my
turn
dick,
to
pull
go
it out, then
call
I
for
take
an
it.
ambulance, for
I
just
fuck her
a
from the
few
back and she
brief
nasty,
moments,
killing her.
she
Know how I
considered
give
the
it up.
strange man.
I'd be cool on him,
He
bitch,
was
ain't no
obviously
pressure.
crazy.
Till I met this little
This
freak, her
much
named
she
Megan.
knew.
This little thing here is
Everyone
down.
I don't know how to
She walks,
disable
look how she
it.
talks, she's
And
sexy.
in that
I
moment,
like when they
she
pretty
thought
and
to
ghetto.
herself how
Type of
lucky
bitch
she
that don't even
was
say
to be
hello.
normal.
And whenever we
I
fuck,
am
she be
sick.
fucking me back, put her
I
in a
am in
headlock with my
control
elbow.
of my
Now
mind.
she done reversed it.
I
Got up
know
on the
what
dick and
is
ride that
real
shit like a
and what
canary.
isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had
We're
scheduled
missing
for
the
that
story.
day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Stanley died and we all missed it. Bros! What do I do? That was Stanley's best ending and we missed it? Are you... Everyone's mad? Oh... Rip. I could just... I did set it to 10K. I just removed it. I don't know how to repeat it. I don't know what I did to do thing. It's left and down the stairs. I don't know what to do. Do I look up what the ending was? Yuki.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself,
we're back!
maybe
Yay!
I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look
True
pretty familiar.
NPC behavior, Stanley.
No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it.
Yume, thank you for 13
dreaming!
months.
He yelled. This is all
Later,
a
yeah.
dream.
So just dropping this, saying
what a
goodnight,
relief
chat. Good
Stanley
night,
felt to have
Yume.
finally found an answer, an explanation. His
Coil,
co-workers
thank you
weren't
for
actually
bits.
gone.
Spencer, thank
He
you for
wasn't
tier
going to lose
1.
his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose.
Perfectly timed ad. Ooh, okay, I wait. I wait for you guys. I'll wait. Let me know when ad's done. We back? Okay.
I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid.
Wake up,
So,
Stanley. It's
he
all just a
imagined
dream.
himself
Your wife
flying
and kids are
and
waiting
began
at
to gently
home.
float above the ground.
You gotta get your
Then he
401k
imagined
and
himself
everything.
Soaring through space on a magical star field, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the
So
voice
true.
was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange.
Hi, Bob.
I'm
Hi,
dreaming about a
Bob.
voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream.
Uh-oh.
How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his
This is
life.
so horrifying.
Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake
Okay,
up.
good night, chat.
He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream.
When I wake up, I
wish
won't
it
be a
to be
VTuber.
over.
When I wake up, I
Let
won't
me
be
go
a
back to my
VTuber.
job.
When I wake up,
Let
I
me
won't be a
continue pushing the
VTuber.
buttons.
When I wake up, I won't be a
Please.
VTuber.
It's all I want.
It's all I want.
I want my apartment.
I want my
and
apartment.
wife,
I want
and
my wife.
job.
And my job.
All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been.
True.
My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
I am gay.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me
People
up. My name is
scream,
Stanley.
people scream,
I have a
people
boss. I have an
panic.
office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Oh, God.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work.
Oh,
But on
shit.
this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk.
What the
And
heck?
although
He
she
died?
would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just
You can
a
just
few
die like
brief
that?
moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew.
You can just die?
Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought
Gimme.
to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was
What?
comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. the very important people whose impressions of her
Why
would
is the
affect her
music
career,
so
and by extension,
strangely
the rest of her life. She had
nice?
no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Rip bozo, Marianne. Dies of cringe. Thank
All
you,
of his
Shane.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
So-
simply missed a memo.
Why? So that was him realizing, like, that he has no free will and that this is all, like, a nightmare scenario for him. I mean, how much worse can it get? Like, now that we've unlocked that ending, I mean, what is there left to do, right? We've already established that this is the nightmare scenario. So either we can find some sort of solace in all of this, or we can try... Oh, new content. Hey.
Oh, new content?
We can try
What does
to
that
break
mean,
free,
new
but
content?
it seems futile. And I feel like that's not the point of the game, to break free of it. I feel like we're just gonna, like, live inside code or something. Does that make sense? I feel like we're just gonna end up in the fucking
Hello,
HTML.
and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Ooh, it's like we're in Disney
As
World.
you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
That's me. I have a home computer.
And commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with
That's
the
us.
Stanley
That's
Parable
what we're playing
Ultra
right now.
Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
Audience, are you
Please
delighted?
Step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Oh, wait. So they got the same narrator for the Ultra Deluxe? Oh, that's so cool.
Right, so
Yay.
far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure
I
it's
love
just
it.
the
I
beginning
miss
of a
him.
mesmerizing adventure.
I'm so excited. When does it start?
Is it broken?
I think
What's
it's
going on
broken.
here? Should we be moving somewhere? Or,
Oh, there we go.
All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Okay, let's go. Hog tent.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content.
Yeah,
Give me
let's-
the content, Stanley.
All right, give it to me, Stanley. Parable my Stanley.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Holy fuck. I'm gonna fucking bust a nut. Now this isn't like any game I've ever played. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ah! Yeah, that was good. That was good.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else. right?
Okay, let's go. Part 2.
Another
Part 2.
elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive.
Dude, this narrator's
It's
being
just
a little
elevators and
a little
jump
uptight.
Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Clicking, I'm touching, I'm clicking, I'm touching, I'm touching, and I'm clicking. Ooh. Land. Thanks for enjoying the new content.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar.
So true. All right, chat, name that game.
In fact,
name
I'm looking
that
right
game
now
right
at the game's
now.
achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore."
You guys
What
were a
quality
little
assurance
too fast.
department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter
Keep going,
and hold
keep
them
going.
personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the
Overwatch
new
2
content,
takes
I'm
place
afraid.
6
It
hours
could
after
never have lived
Overwatch.
up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always.
Aw, like
What do you say,
always.
friend?
He remembers. Of course, narrator. Take me back. Take me back to the good old days. I hate Mondays. Now I really want to get a mug like that. A I hate Mondays mug. Chat, do you think... No?
Psst. Stanley.
Oh shit.
Come over here.
Who's fucking...
In the
Who's talking?
vent. I want to show you something.
The vent? Among Us? Oh, narrator's a little sussy. Susses Among Us. Stanley Among Us? Coffee nut. Yumi. Wee.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well,
Yeah,
it got
yeah.
me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where
Holy
the
fuck,
game's
we're in Elden
developers
Ring.
won't find it. Just our little secret.
Go?
Take a look.
Oh shit. Guys, we're in fucking Elden Ring.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want.
Wow.
Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Ooh. Guys, we're gonna go fucking light the bonfire!
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in
Guys,
October
look at
of
this-
2013,
it's the screenshot
when
of the
the game originally
Steam.
launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Oh, the waste. Wow. Ooh, trip down memory lane. Aw, cute. Is that... it's just $1. Smile because it happened. Guys, we have to smile because it happened. Unachievable. It is impossible to get this achievement. Go outside. Don't play for 5 years. Surely you guys will listen to that, right? Wow. Are these real awards? Wow. Wow. Ooh. Oh, look. That's when we dodged. Hee Just silly, funny things. Only me and Narrator Coon would understand. Whoa.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? every
Chills.
game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing
IGN 10 out
the
of
original
10.
Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore.
Aww.
It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Not even Stanley. Aww. Well, now I'm sad. Now what? Let's go down here. Memory zone maintenance? Can't go there yet? Yum, 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 yum. There's doors. Red or blue door.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com.
Ooh.
The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices
fucking
I've ever
dying.
been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
The serious room. 2013. How do I go in the serious room? How do I get in the serious room, Oh yeah, jump! I don't have any more jumps. You wasted your jumps. Hello? Now what? El Bozo? Aw, man. Really? You're also not in the jump circle. Well, I don't know where the jump circle is. I don't see it. Aww.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
What's this?
No. Oh, God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor.
Oh,
I haven't
no!
looked at these in years.
Guys,
I can't even imagine what's
gotta
been
bury this shit.
collected
We
down
can't look.
here.
No!
Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Oh, narrator Coon, we're in for a... Oh, shit!
Honestly, I could
I wonder
not
if-
be
is this
bothered to
real?
play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Oh, shit. We're gonna dissect this game to death and then it won't be fun anymore. Such is the nature of game reviews, huh? Uh-oh!
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good,
Unfunny.
for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley, I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me.
No one say anything.
Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with.
It's
You
a
can't know how
little...
much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't.
Aww.
Yeah. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record.
Unimpeachable.
Like a failure.
No!
Like I let these people down.
You're not a failure!
Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite
These
as
guys just
sterling
have
as
sticks
I
up
always
their
remembered.
asses. No, he's peepo sad.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button.
Aww.
A skip button?
No.
Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. No. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't.
Wait, this is so sad.
Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's
so true, bestie. You must purge all of them. You're simply wrong.
A skip button we shall have.
Oh, but then the game won't be the same.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the
Purge the
second our
heretics.
incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on.
Ciao, bow.
The
Thank you
Stanley
so much for
Parable is
Prime.
a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going
Ryan
to get.
Rod, thank
Well,
you
don't
so much
sit
for
around
half
waiting for me to
year.
shut
Leader
up.
Shadow
Go
Lord,
ahead
thank
and
you
make
so
me
much for
shut
9
up.
months.
Here, we'll
Spencer,
pretend
thank
that
you
I've
so
just
much for
begun
tier 1.
an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this.
Kong, thank you so much for bits.
And the choices.
Uwu Kitty, thank you so much for bits.
And therefore, by becoming it is.
Shane, thank you so much for bits.
Forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the... Oh,
Hi.
you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games.
Flourishes.
I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it,
So 10k
I'd say
bits,
it
someone
was
gets to
perhaps
throw
less of
100
a
objects at
rumination
you.
and
That
more
is
of a
correct.
treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice... Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this.
Fuck you, Cookie
and
9,
whether
eat
they'll
my
edit
fucking
the
ass.
rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. Sorry,
was that a bit much? I'm just a little attached to narrator. I didn't like hearing him have his feelings hurt.
That would have been a smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology,
Cookie 9 in shambles.
Surely whoever it is runs Steam.
Yeah,
will
fuck whoever
instantly
runs
run
Steam.
out
Who's this
and
guy?
implement a new
I want to
feature
talk to
make
the
it possible
manager
to
of
edit one's
Steam.
review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think
that's right.
quite
We should
likely.
go fucking
Or perhaps
Karen
they'll
on
simply
Steam
grant
right
this
now.
particular user the ability to change their review.
We
so that
have,
the feature is not
we got a
widely
twit longer.
used.
Cookie 9. Who
Look,
the fuck
I
is
would
this guy?
even be okay
Hey, show
with Steam
yourself. I
altering
bet
this
you won't.
particular
I bet
review
you won't
so that it
repeat
reads as
that
something
same
more
review if
beneficial. Something along the
I
lines
see you
of,
face to
"This
face,
game
huh?
is the best
Little pussy boy,
game."
Cookie 9. You a
Let me
pussy
start
boy,
over.
Cookie 9? Huh?
How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but
God
it's...
damn,
well,
that is
there's
a
really only
lot.
so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate,
40
I do
minutes.
suggest that we not press the button again.
Oh.
I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait. How do we get out of here?
How do we get out of here?
Where did the door go?
Where did the door
Wasn't there
go?
a door that led into this room?
Oh shit.
I do feel quite certain that there was
There was
one
definitely
here
a door.
before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place?
Fuck.
I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A
No.
porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall?
I don't
I'll
see
take
any
of these.
sufficiently
All I
large
want is for
cracks
us
in
to
the
move
wall.
on and to please step away from the skip button to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was.
I swear
Where
to
did it
fucking
go?
God. Are we fucked?
Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall?
He
Is
wants
there
me
any
to ram.
possibility that you could, say,
Okay, all
slam
right, I'm
your
trying.
body into the
One,
wall until enough
two,
damage is done for you to be able to leave?
One,
Please,
two,
I'll take any option at all. I'm
One,
asking you to
two,
work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some
We
kind.
need a door. We
I
need a
can work
door.
with any
We need a
kind of
door.
door,
Hello,
as
I
long
need
as
a
it can
door.
open
I
and
just
lead
need a
from
door.
one
Someone
room to
please
another.
program a door.
I'm
Chat,
going to step
chat, I
away for just a
command you.
moment,
I
and I'm
command
going
you
to
with
try to
my
find us a
streamer
door.
powers
I don't know how
to code
exactly
a
to
door
remove
right
door
now.
and place it in a different wall,
Command
but I
door!
will find a way out. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button.
Okay,
Please,
I won't
please,
press. I
please
won't press
do
it, I
not
swear.
Press the skip button.
I
Just
swear, I'm not.
Wait here. Wait here for me.
I'm waiting.
And don't press the skip
I
button.
won't skip it. I won't skip
Got
it. Guys, keep doing it. Keep doing it.
I'll
I think
be right back.
it just takes a little time. Is it working? He left us? Narrator? Narrator? He pressed the skip button on us! Door equals true, semicolon. Not you guys actually coding in the chat. Door equals new door, parentheses true, semicolon. What? Wait, what does this say? Class door, brackets public, colon, void, open, parentheses, void, bracket, M underscore is open equals true, semicolon, brackets, semicolon, door if true, false, door, semicolon, equals true. 100100 if command door, parentheses, place door, parentheses, colon, easy. Door equals null equals open. Hashtag include door. Spawn door brackets if parentheses no underscore door comma door parentheses else brackets panic door appear in game bracket update building set is open equals 1 where construction name equals door door underscore state equals door underscore state plus 1 percentage 2 if brackets player equals hyphen bow quotations bracket delete door semicolon if sudo apt get install if door these are so fucking funny. Door equals door dot create. How did you make a URL? How'd you get to? Is this a comp sci class? Gib bow door. If command door equals panic. Bracket main / door underscore exit underscore 3 equals 1 bracket. Var door equals 0, 0, 0. If bracket door command bracket close panic bracket close semicolon door.png is not found. Okay. How about quotations command colon command door and sec 91 sec / and dport / door 3.41 m / give bow acacia door 1 system out printing door boof pack door room append child bracket new door close bracket This is so fucking funny. If bits equals 500, create Deku _ thirst _ rap brackets 1 hour version close brackets semicolon. That one won. That one fucking won.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours.
I'm sorry.
You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer.
Why are they getting
My God,
longer?
there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley.
There's no door,
There's
Stanley.
Just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness.
Shit.
I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think
Really?
that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening.
You guys are listening, right?
Vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps.
Why am I crying?
Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am
feel
someone.
so bad.
I am
Me
something.
too.
I am being listened to. I am being recognized.
You
the
are.
emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though
You're
I
real to
occupy
me.
space in
You're
this
real
world
to all
again,
of us
and I've
that are
cast a
witnessing
shadow
this.
onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me.
Yeah.
I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart.
This is like torture.
To think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
There's nothing we can do except press the button. Prove he is real. Press the button. For him.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through.
Do we need
I've
a
had
couples
so
therapy?
Much time. I stopped keeping track after a year.
A
Have you ever
year?
sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To
What
begin
the
with,
fuck?
there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have
Is this
ever
what happens
experienced my
whenever
entire
I miss
life.
lore?
All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly,
Yes.
with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by
I just don't like
I could do nothing but wallow
tutorials.
in it for what
I
felt
think
like an
it's
eternity. For what
spoiling
I now
the
know
game.
was far less. You
I
see,
think
it
tutorials
was a revelation for me.
are
It was
only
unlike
exist to spoil the
anything I
game
had
for me.
ever
I want to
known.
figure it
was
out
a
by
space
myself.
Without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one
So true,
ending, no
bestie.
singular outcome of events. Not if all events existed in the same
Tutorials
moment.
are
And
overrated. I want to figure out what the
I felt
buttons do by
unburdened
myself.
the need to
I
manifest
want to
a particular
blindly play the
outcome into
game.
being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist.
tutorials
among
have you
all
been playing?
timelines, and that
Not
each of
many,
them was
obviously.
simply a strand in the web of my being.
Is Bao Cook blind too?
The spaciousness, the equanimity
little.
of the moment, both singular and infinite.
I have
For
no
the longest time,
vision
this was my
when I cook.
experience. And then
I
this
simply
moment passed,
manifest
and the most
something
unyielding
good.
fear I have ever known crept
Wait, do
into
you
my
skip
mind.
tutorials?
And it is this sensation
Yeah.
that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you.
Bao
Not that you might
existence
save me or
denier.
do something
Is
to
that
fix it,
is that my
but
name
merely
now?
To state
Aaron
for you
Hansen.
the plain fact of this manner of existence.
From Game
I wish you to
Grumps?
feel afraid as I do.
I once knew
that
someone
perhaps
called
one day
tutorials.
This state of mind will consume you as well.
Huh?
Perhaps you will
Why'd you say
somehow,
LOL?
in some way, have to live as I do now.
Huh?
And I wish for you to
Do you
know
skip
how
endings? No, I don't
excruciating
skip
it is,
endings.
and for you to be in true terror
Aaron,
of
the
its
serial
eventual arrival.
explanation
If
skipper.
I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me
Aaron
the
Hansen,
smallest
type beat,
moment
for
of
real,
peace
for real.
in the darkness.
Maps are spoiling your surroundings. True! So true, bestie. Did you skip cutscenes? No, I don't skip cutscenes. I just skip tutorials. The only time I skipped a cutscene was when I was playing Lost Ark. Wait, what happened? Oh, a button. My man's gonna be dead. He's gone. Hello? 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 How many years has it been? Chat, I'm scared. Wait, look, there's a security camera up there. Right? Who's been watching us? If not the narrator. Is this a fire alarm? Why are we stuck in here? I don't understand the point. Let's just stop hurting the narrator. He didn't do anything. What if I hit the button backwards from here and then that turns it into... That will then turn it into a reverse... Hello? What's happening? Something's beeping. I don't understand. I don't have any batteries. Change the batteries? I don't see any... Do I need to... Maybe I can grab the ladder? There's a ladder. Should... There... Let's skip it. Batteries are in the corner. Batteries are in the corner. Hold on. Really? Are batteries really in the corner? What if the room is filling up with gas and we all die? No, you guys are lying? The fuck you guys?
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability.
He's still
it's the
mad
unwillingness to
about the
examine with an
reviews.
uncompromising heart
It's
the
all
words that they are
Cookie
speaking
Night's
into the
fault.
world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time.
This is
if
true.
someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is
So
now the
true.
world we
Speak
live in.
your
It
truth,
seems that we are
Stanley.
a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives.
Yep.
It has come to represent us.
I agree.
It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves.
And so we project.
would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these
I am
perversions
literally
hurl
calm.
themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and
I have
collective
never been
discourse.
so calm.
They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of
yeah.
me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes.
Yes.
They've been
You
jealous
dropped
of me
this,
this
King.
whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity.
They were
They cannot
projecting
help but
onto
attempt to
you,
tear me
narrator.
down. What a sad state of affairs.
They're
When
that
you read
pitiful
these
that
reviews
they
now,
went
you can
out of
see,
their
you
way
can
to talk
taste
shit
the
about you
bitter
on Steam.
resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words? To
Huffing a
finally
lot of
allow these
copium.
thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized.
Yeah,
At last I am
everyone
free
who
to
left a
truly
bad
think,
review of
to
this game
feel.
used to be
It
neutered
must
and
be that they were so
sterilized.
discontent with themselves, they couldn't help but leave a negative review on
They
Steam.
couldn't help it.
Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological
Steam
being was in
reviews
such
gaslit the
tatters, and
narrator.
my constitution and willpower are
The
so ironclad in
Constitution!
comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought
this
some
was
outlet
not
through which to tear
in the
me
Constitution!
down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical
Yucks.
humor, that it amused them endlessly from start to finish. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was
I think he died again. Is that water? It was like a drop of water. Oh, what's the verdict? Click it again. Come here often, Bao. Yeah, it's when I'm feeling a little lonely. Well, what choice do we have? Yeah, you're right.
The end is never the end, is never the end, is
Oh.
never the end, is 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 never
Narrator.
the end, is never 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 the end, is never
Are
the
you
end,
okay?
is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
Oh, what do I do to help
Is
him?
never the end, is
Can
never
I
the
help
end,
him?
is never the end, 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 is never the end.
I don't like it, I don't like it, I don't like it.
Is never the end, is never the end, is never.
That sound. He's gone again. Whoa, 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 whoa. So much water. I hear birds outside my window and it's freaking me out. Jesus fucking Christ. Are we in the... This is apocalyptic. This is just straight up apocalyptic. How do I get out of here? Was there nothing? Is it just nothing? Is there truly just nothing outside of this? It's cold. Did the world just end? Did I miss an apocalypse? The water pipe collapsed? Oh. Well, it's sunny again. That sound again. Well, there is an outside. Whoa. What is this? Yo, it's environmental what's it called? Like it's like when it takes over. Destructionism? No, not reclamation. Like no. Not naturism, not replantation. It's an aesthetic. I'll look it up. It's an aesthetic. There's a word for it. No. It's like... Oh, this is so... This is a little... Brutalism! Yes! Yeah, brutalism. It's brutalism. It's real. It's the... That's the aesthetic. That's what it's called. Uh-huh. Yeah, you can have ecological brutalism. Eco-brutalism is an architectural design that plays on a sense of juxtaposition between divergent concepts, grim human design, and the vibrant resilience of plants. That's what it's called. Yeah. I really like that aesthetic. It's everywhere in Nier Automata. It's so pretty. I really like this. And I like this music. Look, berries. This dirt. I really like this. It's very tranquil. Are we ready to skip again, though? Eco-brutalism is in a controlled setting. This is natural reclamation. Oh, everything's dead again. What happened? Are we fucking floating in space? Are we just a floating rock in space now? The sun went out? There is no more light? Are we living in Fallout times? What's that sound? It's the sound of us hurtling into space. Faster than the speed of light. Heat death already happened, probably. We're just in a black hole. Okay, now I know what you're talking about. That sound, I thought it was just like ambient noise. No, I think the fucking monster from Stranger Things is outside. We didn't listen to the Lorax, so now we're surrounded by SCPs. The Demogorgon. Welcome to New York City. Damn, the subways are getting a little crazy. Did we just like go back in time? Are there like dinosaurs out now or something? Whoa. The literal ground has shifted, and now... What the fuck? Portland? You guys are so stupid. Maybe I can just follow the sun. Ooh. Time to play Journey. It's really pretty. This definitely has Journey vibes. How long's it been? Dune? Yeah? Dune your mom? Detroit become Australia! Huh? Wait, the end is never the end is never the end. Hello? What the fuck? Guys, we're in the fucking game again. She saw the future, and yet... narrator?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Time is a flat circle? Do you think that's why we think ghosts exist? Do you think that it's because, like, time accidentally, like, blips into each other and then we see remnants of the past? And then we think they're ghosts or something, but it's just time replaying? Ooh, new content. Look, there's a neon sign and it's in cursive.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
How exciting! How exciting!
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Really? What would even happen in the 2? Really? Sequel?
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a
end is
measly
never the
re-release with a
end.
few minor additions?
Again.
Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions.
Welcome.
This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Oh wow.
Calling it the
This
Stanley
looks like
Parable 2 is
where I
just so
pitch a
much
Netflix
catchier than
adaptation.
Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's
Wow.
future-oriented. It
Look, a
screams
map.
progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
They're back. 2 doors. More TSP, better TSP, win-win, sequential mindshare, the color red, leverage, holistic value, paradigm shift, synergy, brick and mortar approach. This is word salad. Ooh, guys, look, it's a Google slide. And look, there's Comic Sans. Thanks for attending my meeting. Buzzwords. The Stanley Parabola, a Netflix
Now, to be
original.
clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of
Took the
interesting
red marker.
concepts,
Me.
that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
I don't know. I have no idea what he just said. Does anyone know? Look, it's the Netflix font. It's the Netflix font. Look, there's even a tour bus. Oh, wow. Damn. They went all in. They used up all the budget they had. Whoa. Okay, this is nice.
Go on, try out some of the new features.
Reassurance bucket. What is that? Ooh, merch! Sheesh! Yo. Can we cop this? Is this coppable? Yo, it's the QR code. Quick! I gotta know, bro. Is it really? Oh, shit! Yeah! Direct YouTube link. What is this? What? There's actually a link to the video. What the fuck? Wait. We gotta watch it. Okay. Okay. I'm getting it. We gotta watch it. Watch it. We gotta watch it. Okay.
Say there, Timmy. What's that you're enjoying? Why, it's breakfast, of course. Everyone loves breakfast. But did you know that breakfast is getting a sequel? That's right. It's called Lunch. And critics are raving that lunch will be everything breakfast was and more. With a little luck, we may even get a trilogy series out of it. Say, you know what a sequel is, don't you, Timmy? Why, sequels are the world's way of clinging helplessly to the past. We all want more of the things we love, and we're all afraid of change, which is what makes sequels so popular. New ideas are dangerous, Timmy, and they can lead to early aging. This eager-minded young thinker is just 29 years old.
Goddamn.
That's why we have sequels, to keep us couched in the familiar and the comfortable. Sequels are the bedrock of a healthy, functional society. And if you look around you, you'll find them everywhere you go. For instance, this man is developing a sequel to the automobile, which we'll call the vertical automobile. It's a useless, impractical invention, and in 2 days' time, the man will be publicly stoned to death for his crimes against gravity. Not all sequels are heretical nonsense, however. Here's the man who invented breathing, which is the sequel to suffocating and dying a slow death. Even your parents are getting a sequel, Timmy. Their names are Rob and Jessica, and they'll be taking care of you once your original parents are sent back in time to fight a secret war for the government. Sequels can be very fashionable. This young woman is wearing 5 shirts at once, which is the sequel to wearing 4 shirts at once.
The sequel?
Look at Becky over there, wearing only 2 shirts at once. Get with the times, Becky.
Yeah, fuck you, Becky.
In fact,
you're a loser.
There is only one single thing in the world that isn't a sequel.
What?
It's this. We don't know what it is or why it exists.
What is
but it's
it?
the prequel from which all sequels are derived. And just like everything else, the Stanley Parable is getting a sequel too. We all know, of course, that it was your favorite game as a child. Don't you remember those long, lazy afternoons you spent playing the Stanley Parable? Watching your precious youth fritter away hour after hour.
I totally recollect that.
Another, and you were fortunate enough to get to waste yours
Bow,
on
the sequel
Stanley
to Bow.
But the Stanley Parable came out years ago, and you're not a child anymore. You're a man.
I'm a
which is
man.
like the sequel to a child.
Which is a sequel
and
to a
as a man, you
child.
want manly things like taxes and cheating at baseball.
I love taxes and cheating at baseball.
Man's video game, Timmy.
Who's Timmy?
And that's why the Stanley Parable 2 will be perfect for you. It's as manly as video games can get.
How long is this?
And if you don't believe me, let's look at
It's
the burly
9
hunk of a
minutes!
man who's responsible for the game. Huh, here he is, hard at work. His name is Gregory 8-Pack. And
Skip
he's
button.
the cutting picture of raw, virile masculinity. Gregory is what we call the ideas guy. And he has the most important role on the team. The ideas guy tirelessly comes up with interesting concepts and then hands them off to the rest of the developers for the relatively simple job of turning those concepts
thank you very much
into reality.
for the Prime.
For example, he's
Zero,
the one
thank
who
you so much
picked
for
up
the
the
bits.
phone and declared,
Metro, thank you so
"Someone ought
much
to
for
make a
15
sequel to the
months.
Stanley Parable." Good
Nether
work,
Strike,
Gregory.
thank you so much
Go
for the
ahead
9
and take the
months.
rest of the day off. With the hard part out of the way, work on the game can now begin.
Sikari,
The
thank you
game's
so much for the
developers
14
must
months.
Answer a simple question.
Ankori, thank you
What
so much for the
makes a
6
sequel in the
months.
first place? Well, it's simple.
Dragon, thank you so much for the
Sequels are
bits.
an opportunity to correct the mistakes of their predecessors.
Rindel, thank you so
We've
much
all
for the
made
bits.
mistakes, and we've all
Bong, thank you so much for the
caused harm
bits.
to someone we love in order to cover up our mistakes. When developing this particular sequel, it's
Okay.
important to start by thinking, what mistakes did the original Stanley Parable make?
Whoa.
Well, first off, most of the pornography in the original game was stolen or pirated.
What?
And it's time we paid the licensing fees fair and square. Second, the Stanley Parable was catastrophic for this man named Leroy, whose personal information, including home address, social security number,
Oh,
and
shit.
bank information,
Who
were
doxed
all displayed
Leroy?
prominently in multiple locations throughout the game. Although Leroy's money and
Fucking
identity
L for
were
my man
stolen,
Leroy.
the fact remains that his personal information was the emotional core of the game,
What?
and absolutely vital to a nuanced understanding of the story. As reparation for the harm we caused him, the sequel will contain a brief and insincere apology to Leroy.
Insincere apology!
Game where it will be difficult to find. Finally, the
L
Stanley
for
Parable made the
Leroy.
mistake of leaking too many government secrets about the nature of the Time War.
The Time Wars!
Without these intricate details of specific military tactics, the story
was
is
all
likely
in
to
the
make very
first
little
game?
sense. But we've decided to remove them from the sequel in the interest of helping the state's efforts. We'll get to you yet, Time Dracula. Now then,
Time
it's
Dracula.
time to set about constructing the Stanley Parable 2. Game development is a difficult and complex art.
I agree.
One which can only be fully understood by this race of hyper-intelligent child soldiers bred in laboratories. They begin by studying the original Stanley
Who
Parable.
wrote this?
Here it is in its raw, untouched form, a specimen of technological perfection. Time to exploit it for profit. We begin by adding jokes. The Stanley Parable was most widely known for its stark lack of humor.
Really?
Bucking all conventional industry wisdom.
It wasn't
was a
funny
bold
enough,
artist
guys.
Statement that its developers
They have
stood
to
firmly behind.
artificially inject
But
humor
in
into the sequel.
2022, it's impossible to reach even a single consumer of video games without jokes of some kind. So very well, jokes it'll be. During its
His
development,
face.
over 500 kiloliters of comedy will be funneled
500
directly into the core of the
kiloliters.
Stanley Parable 2, creating jobs for hundreds of machine operators and producing 30,000 tons of pollutant
Oh my God,
chemical
guys,
byproduct,
it's
which will be
eco-friendly.
pumped directly into local
And it's
lakes,
creating
rivers,
jobs.
and beautiful nature reserves
What?
like
Wait,
these
it just
all
said it
over
was
the country.
eco-friendly!
Another common complaint
My
of the Stanley
water!
Parable is that there wasn't enough gameplay. And so for the sequel, its developers have
Choo
gone to
choo.
great lengths to fix this
Thank
problem.
you for Hype Train.
Here we can see gameplay being printed onto sheets.
L for bow.
Every video
Fuck you,
game
Shots.
contains as many as 1,000 sheets of gameplay. And several of the
Bro?
largest games ever made contain close to 1,500. On mobile devices, the gameplay sheets have to be
1,500
printed
what?
smaller. For the Stanley Parable 2, as many as 35 new gameplay sheets are being
What
printed.
the fuck
each
is
of
a
which must
gameplay
be
sheet?
delicately massaged by the hands of a child before being added into the game.
Hands of a
This man
child.
is stealing gameplay sheets from the factory,
Why
which
is
he
he
likely
doing that?
intends to use for a personal project he's been developing in his spare time. A good public stoning will cure him of that
They're
inclination.
gonna stone him!
Let's check on Gregory real quick.
Gregory,
Still recovering
I'm-
from a hard day's work. Don't you move a muscle. Next up, it's time to blackmail the press.
The press!
In a competitive market, blackmailing your local journalist
True,
can
true,
be one
all
of the
true.
most effective methods of creating word-of-mouth buzz for your sequel.
Oh.
In fact, blackmail is the currency of social progress.
Oh,
From
I
your
had it all
grocer
wrong.
to the teacher at your school to the man who helps you steal HBO.
Oh, I know that
responds to
guy.
blackmail.
We all
And
know
if you've
that
never
guy.
done it before, it's easy to practice at home on your friends and family. Simply
Friends
follow the
and
instructional
family.
pamphlet that your teacher hands
Guys,
out
don't forget
after
that
the end of the
pamphlet.
film.
We're gonna need that.
And finally, there's one last tool at our disposal for making the sequel feel fresh and exciting. And that's packaging the game with collector's edition merchandise. If you order the Stanley Parable 2, you'll receive this cow's egg. A single egg will produce over 1,000 cows, which are, of
1,000
course, the
cows!
sequel to pigs.
Cows
And
are
there
the
you have
sequel
it.
to pigs!
Everything there is to know about producing the Stanley Parable 2. Of course, you may know that there is also a game titled The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. So which game is the true sequel to the Stanley Parable? It's an excellent question, Billy. One which the child soldiers have been working round the clock to come up with an answer to. And after many weeks of diligent research, the conclusion they've reached is, who gives a shit?
Who gives a shit?
All that matters is that it's more content for you to cram down your insatiable gullet. You don't want thoughtful and nuanced answers to complex questions, Billy. You just want to eat bubble gum and cheat at hopscotch. So get out there and consume.
Yeah, get
Do
out there,
your
Billy.
civic duty and bully your parents into buying you every version of the Stanley Parable 2
Every
on
version?
every platform. Tell your friends to bully their parents as well.
Okay,
It's
okay.
through community efforts like these that the world comes together in harmony and connection. And it's only through this connection that we'll defeat Time Dracula.
We will
once
defeat
and for
Time
all.
Dracula.
Don't let the time-traveling vampires
can't
win.
let them win.
Buy the Stanley Parable 2 and pledge to support all sequels.
If you love your country,
for today,
you will buy the
tomorrow,
Stanley Parable
and into
2.
the great unknowable beyond.
The end. This is unlisted. In memoriam, Billy. Why did Billy only live for 3 years? Why did Billy die? It's unlisted because it's unhinged. A public service announcement from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Breathing was a great sequel, but Stanley Parable 2 will be an even better sequel. Well said. Now this is the new content I have been waiting for. As a self-proclaimed gem, the Stanley Parable 2 is truly the best game ever conceived. This is so silly, I love it. Wow. Look at that. There's the website. Someone asked me why I have premium. Well, I looked in like, apparently like as a YouTube partner, sometimes you get like cool, like coupons for stuff. And they gave me like a month of premium for free. So I yoinked it. Because I'm very good at saving money. Yeah, I like sleeping to YouTube videos, so it helps. Button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Exclusive. That's new. Name. Hear your name in the game. That's so funny. Stanley Parable 2. I'm not gonna lie, the layout of this room is actually fucking sick. Like, it's so... It's like peak innovation. Like, you know, this started up in Silicon Valley and was pitched to a board of really boring businessmen who then stood up and clapped at the end of your presentation. Who is that? Please, no screenshots. Guys, no screenshots.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one.
Plan.
I think that in the new version, the office could
Guys,
use a
no,
bit of
don't
decoration,
screenshot my NFT,
like balloons.
please,
But
no!
I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
I like Get Well Someday because it's like kind of vague and, you know, it's a little less sincere and it's funnier. What is this? Happy 12th birthday, step-niece.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along.
Man, what
Happy
the fuck?
12th birthday, step-niece it is.
What the fuck? Alright, well, clearly I'm right and he's wrong, and... I just... What am I even here for? Why do you even ask me?
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
This dude. Congrats on your 12th birthday. Wow. Step-niece. What is a step-niece? How do you even... What in the family line... Okay, whatever, I don't know. The button that says the name of the player playing the game. That's pretty crazy, I think. What's this? Ooh. Ominous. Epilogue.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the... well, we'll figure that out later.
Collectibles. Ooh, infinite hope. Free, new and easy achievement. It just works. I can't believe it's that simple. Get it here. It just works. Settings, world champion. World champion of settings? What? Infinite hole, free achievement. Wow, this is a huge fucking... Oh man.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
No! I don't get any more jumps! I didn't know! I was just This is stupid. Pull the lever, receive your new achievement, no more steps. It just works.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you.
Gamers,
and I promise it
we
will
hear
happen.
you. What the fuck? I couldn't even get the achievement. Huh? Is there... That's it? I don't know. I think this is it. Don't worry. He'll develop it later. Okay. If you say so. Jump into the infinite hole? Okay. This
What
way.
else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Collect them all. Is this it?
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
I got one. Wow. I got one.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
So true. I hate that. Oh, infinite hole, infinite hole. But he just said that I won't get anything. Uh-oh. Hold on, chat. Give it a hot minute. We've got some spooky boys in the chat. Let's see how safe it is. Yoisha. Are they gone? Think we're good? Alright. Thank you, mods. More hole. More hole. Hole. Depth. Space. Question mark. Science. More falling. Okay. What the fuck? Wait. This looks like a diagram for the integumentary system. Chat. Who here takes biology? Who here takes anatomy? Does this not look... This looks like the integumentary system. Look, there's the corpuscle. The tactile corpuscle. There's the adipose tissue. It literally looks like... Bro, the corpuscle? I hate you guys.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right.
Finally.
Infinite
Goodbye.
falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap fall. You
I
see?
love this
Isn't it
one.
wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top,
I'm enjoying.
and we can continue onward.
Oh.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
I'm a fan. I don't know about you guys, but I'm definitely a fan. Wait, let's walk around here. Is there anything else? Infinite hole glitch. What? There was more? Keep falling? Oh, okay, if you say so. Don't leave the hole. The hole was meant for you?
Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again? I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom. Yes, I know, I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem.
Okay. All right.
Things got a little heated
cigarette
there. I think
butt?
we both said some things we didn't mean.
New mug.
Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree
Meeting
to
at
just
2
call
p.m.
the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Well, I've been falling for 30 minutes. Mostly infinite fall. We go back in the hole? Why? Again?
Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal.
Not
A normal
normal.
person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up
in the
above.
sky, just the two of us, you and I. Every pause button is Roman numeral 2.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about.
Chat.
And I've had enough of the hole for a
Chat.
lifetime.
Chat. Chat. What are we thinking, chat? You feeling frisky? Yeah!
Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where...
Oh.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely getting shorter.
I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here?
What's going on?
Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length.
The hole's length.
Let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point.
It's a kiddie pool!
It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot.
Aggressive divot!
How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Uh-oh.
Is the, teleport button not working?
Uh-oh.
You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else.
Please, I can change!
Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole Have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Alright. Did he really leave us? Hello? Ah! What the fuck? What the fuck? What's going on? This is scary music again. Guys, what do I do? I'm stuck in the hole. I just really liked it. I thought it was funny. Ah! They put me in the fucking kiddie pool and I can't get out. What's that sound? What the? Wait, what? Are we? Hello? Guys? No, please. No, please. I didn't want this. This isn't what I asked for. Help me! I don't want to be in the hole anymore. What? The perspective changing. Wait, is this the first time I see myself? It's truly infinite now. We laughed at the hole, and the hole decided to laugh back at us. Change your perception. Oh wait, this sounded bad. Yeah, okay. It's just a long elevator ride, you know? Yeah. What? I'm in the hole. Yeah. And we're backing up. I'm kind of feeling cool. Not much I can do. Me and you, hey. Knees deep in the hole. What? I am in the hole. What? Nothing I can do. What? Screaming for help is useless. Na 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 na. Just you and me in fraternity. In the funky hole. Yeah. Ooh, a bridge. Yeah. In the funky hole. Ah. Change your reality. What? I'm in Galen! Hey, that's kind of nice. I'm kind of remixing it now. Change yourself. What the fuck? Wait. I look like a Roblox character. Among Us. I kind of look like a Coraline puppet. Now I look like an Adult Swim claymation. Now I'm a weird caricature. Now I'm in Steven Universe.
Stanley!
Oh, shit. Hello?
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole. and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
We have to do this again. Oh. It's revenge for the fast forward button.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Kinda true, though.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people.
Too small.
So with that in mind,
Just
my
right.
first addition to the game is this button, which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living
as Jim,
sleeping and waking as Jim,
okay.
falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities
what would
as
a Jim sound
and as Jim,
like?
watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply?
Hey there,
Are you
girl.
really truly
My name's
Jim right now? If so,
it's
then
nice
please
to meet
step
ya.
forward and press the button.
Well, I've never streamed on Twitch before, but I sure hope y'all give me a mighty fine time. Since, we're gonna be stuck here for a while.
Yes, you see.
Oh,
what
yeah.
a thrill, what a rush.
What a
That was
rush.
you.
I really
The
felt that
button
one in my
described you.
gullet.
Do it again, do it again.
All right, here goes nothing.
It hits even harder the second
it
time.
sure does.
If this were the
Gives
only
you
new
a
feature
little
in the Stanley
tingle.
Parable 2, it would still be worth the money.
Wow.
Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this
Oh,
personal
yeah,
validation.
I don't want to, push you if you're so drained. Okay, but what if we...
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Jim.
Aw, man. I can't be a cowboy anymore. I'm back to being Bow. I'm sorry, chat. The button was confiscated.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
New updated ray traced. More of the same, but in a good way. It's ray traced. Red is the new orange. A whole new office. RTX on. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Jump circle. Mostly infinite hole. Okay. We already did that. No screenshots. Already did the button. Bucket time? Okay, I guess, is this last? Is this the best for last?
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable
damn.
was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game.
That was a problem?
It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley,
like an emotional
anytime
support
you're holding
bucket.
the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true.
Oh, so I can just get rid of all my cats
the
and
many
replace them with the
disorienting
bucket.
contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting.
I'm getting
You may
it.
even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a
Guys,
much
we
more
don't need
convenient
women.
solution for
We don't need a
me
partner.
than actually redesigning
We need the
game
Stanley
to be
Parable
less
2
uncomfortable.
reassurance bucket.
Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Oh, the suspense is killing me. Oh. Whoa.
Can you feel it?
Oh, I'm
The
feeling
glow
Mr.
of
Krabs.
comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding
feeling
it
it.
has made you the slightest bit more attractive
Rushing
as
over
a
me.
person.
Is my ass?
The benefits of the bucket
Is my
seem to go
ass
on and on,
inflating
don't
right
they?
now?
All this and more await you in
Guys,
the
my
Stanley
hips
Parable
are
2.
widening as I speak. Am I sexier than ever? Oh. Now what? I mean, now I'm sexy as fuck, but like now what? What's this say? Reach out, deep dive, ping. We do not call. We do not call. We do not email out. No one can complain. You're simply reaching out. It's like a friend, like a lover. Wait, this is so funny. Wait, I have to read this. Board members must note, please note that you must use the following terms as often as possible. Synergy. No one but us actually knows what this means. It adds to our prestige. Incentivize. This refers to the metaphorical whip which provides the incentive. Unpack. Refers to looking for meaning in a big pile of rubbish. Ping. Send a message. Childlike onomatopoeia, which probably makes us sound cute. Deep dive. Discuss in depth. Makes a tedious meeting sound like more of an undersea adventure. Good for motivation. Reach out. We do not call. We do not email. We reach out. No one can complain if we are simply reaching out like a lover. Guys, we have to start using words like that too. You realize that, right?
Does anyone give out awards for
We have to
most
be in the
enjoyable
spirit
bucket in a video game?
of the sequel.
That really should be an award if it isn't already.
So now what? We reach out through chat. Yes, do you feel that? That synergy? And now we're gonna have to continue our deep dive into this game. See, it makes you feel like we're playing Subnautica. But guess what? We're playing Stanley Parable 2. You did not hear that moment of hesitation between the moment where I was recalling the name of the game. Can you find them? Can you find them? Hello? I'm scared. I don't think it lets you anymore. Wow, this isn't Subnautica? I was fooled. Thank you for reaching out. Oh, is this the exit? We spent a really long time in here.
All right.
Radium, thank
Have
you so much
seen
for the
everything
host.
you wanted to? Ready
Leo,
to
thank you
move
so
on
much for the
now?
8 months. Incentive, Monka S? Yes, incentive. Your chat's incentive for today is to if you guys if no one calls me a pillow princess, then I will give you guys free popcorn. Okay, well, Slugs, thanks to you, chat is not getting free popcorn. So no deal now. The incentive is now off the table. And now we will continue to deep dive in the path of zero popcorn.
Damn it, slugs. We lost our synergy. Leo Daddio, thank you so much for the 8 months. Jin, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Stalwart Garnet, thank you so much for the 5 dono. I don't know why, but every time I see your name, it makes me want to howl it out like a whale. Bow. Thank you. That's I'll say that from now on. Gemini Frank, thank you so much for the 4 months. Happy 4 months. Holy 4 months. Prince Blas, thank you very much for the 7 months. Brandono, thank you so much for the tier 1. Eel Macaco, thank you so much for the 9 months. Macaco. Mike AIG, thank you so much for the 7 months. Spaceman Pika, thank you so much for the half year. Leroy. Charles Adderley, thank you so much for the Prime. Zero Fantasy, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Nether Strike, thank you so much for the 9 months. And Etro the Great, thank you so much for the 15 months. Kiwi Man, thank you so much for the 4 months. Thank you. Crag Alanch, thank you very much for the Prime. Shivan Dragon, thank you very much for the 11 months. Thank you.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere.
Luna, thank you so much for the 9 months. Happy birthday to
I'll
my Twitch
arrange
sub
these
baby,
new
Miss
features
Luna.
together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential
Hey, we got
here,
our
right?
jumps
It's
back!
sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement.
Oh, okay.
Yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply,
push it somewhere
insert
else.
a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game.
Just like Overwatch
Possibly
2.
will. I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2.
Okay.
Let me see if I can put
Slugs,
something
thank
up.
you so much for the tier 1.
All right,
I'll give you
perfect.
1 piece of
Go
popcorn.
ahead. Take a look.
Oh? Hey, what? Hey, this looks kind of sick. Are we ready to do this?
Hold on. Okay, chat, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. You guys go to the bathroom. You guys get drinks, whatever. Let's set up for part 2, okay? Okay, I'll be right back.
hear me? I was muted. A bubble. How always cute. W Khan always cute. I was muted. Oopie. At gym muted. No shot. Is there really a gym in here? Is that why it's bolded? Welcome back, Jim. It's good to be back, folks. Another day, another nickel. Excuse me. I wanted to ask you guys. How does chat feel about me playing Poppy Playtime? I feel like there are some varying opinions of it, but I don't know. It's up to you guys. It's fine. It's up to you. Yeah. I've seen my friends play it, and I'm just scared I'll get, like, flack for it. I don't know. I'll still keep thinking on it. 'Cause, like, it's so disappointing, right? I do want to play it. What if I played the game so fast that I can return it? Pretty sure they backtracked anyways. Really? Oh, I actually have no idea. I'll look more into it, but I just kind of wanted to know what the general vibes are? Question mark? Speed run. I kind of sped run it last time. Alright, ordered my Taco Bell DoorDash. Let's do this. Yo! What'd you get from Taco Bell? Are you done with it already? Stanley Parable? No. We got to this part of the game. Actually, I'm not sure how long we have left of the game. I mean, if people watch it, you watch you play, there's less reason for them to get it and play it, right? Ooh. Yes. The lesser of two evils, Miss Peachy. I like how you think. Now it looks like a horror game. Now it does look like a horror game. Sorta halfway? There's a lot. Technically, this is the halfway point. Hello, Peachy. It looks like backrooms, but red walls. There's a lot more. Maybe I'll keep playing up until we reach a good stopping point, and then I can continue this for a different stream. There's 40 endings. Okay, I'm not that much of a completionist. I kind of just want to I just play until I feel like I've absorbed enough of the game to be satisfied. Oh, but you've never played the original, right? The original? Well, didn't Ultra Deluxe include the first part of the game? Like for Stanley Parable 1, right? Yeah, so I did play. It's got all the content from the first. Yes, I've never played Stanley Parable till today. It is a very smart game, and the fact that there was so much time in between the first game, that's so amazing. This game seems very beyond its time, which very impressive. And even now, I think like the timing of this game and the commentary that it's giving is so perfect for, I guess, everything that's going on in the game world. I really, really like it. The original Stanley was a mod for Half-Life. Really? Oh. Well, yes and no. We played a little bit of the first game. Ah. Yeah, I kind of had a feeling I didn't get too much done from the first part. Glad you're having fun with it. Oh, yeah, I am having fun with it. This was done... This is a very well done game. This was done in Unity. There's a little work exporting stuff. Oh.
is very, very relevant. Very meta game. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Okay. Are we ready? Can I get a sign? Any gyms reporting for duty? Any gyms clocking in for work? Gym here? Sign. Leave it to you guys to say the most goofy things ever. Oh, Taton Monster! Thank you so much for the 5 gifted! Oh, thank you! The Zealous Ellis, thank you very much for the Prime. Dang and Son, thank you very much for the 100 bits. Alright, let's go.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push.
Why is he typing on a keyboard like a boomer?
And in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-wrenching,
he is a boomer.
Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly.
That is not good desk posture.
And Stanley was happy.
My man needs the Herman Miller.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened.
Shrimp posture.
Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation.
Luna, I hope you're enjoying Stardew Valley.
Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Average Stanley fan versus average gym enjoyer. So
all of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps Stanley picked up the bucket.
Oh, it skipped his thingy.
Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the bucket. Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone?
God, how I missed you, bucket. I call this one the cum bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him.
Bucket was
telling
calling
him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
It just was the place to be.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
All hail the magic bucket.
Never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Oh, never mind.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Bucket a voice? No.
Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Is she gonna pick up the phone? Wait, there's the phone? Where's the phone?
In here,
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Wait, what
Stanley
happens if I
once
jump
again
off with the
obeyed
bucket?
blindly.
Will the bucket save me? Okay. Well, here goes nothing. Whee!
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms.
That's so dark, yet
deeply
so
touching.
beautiful. This ending sure is popular with VTubers. I can't.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
What the fuck?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave
Man.
of comfort rushed over him.
Based chat comment.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Where's Office 420? But we already did that.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I don't know. Should we just follow the directions for now? Executive bathroom. Wait, there's a bathroom now? A collectible!
Found one of them. One of the miniature
yeah,
Stanley figurines.
sure.
Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done.
Let's
you can't
go.
buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every
You
moment
found it.
you
Collect
come
them
across
all.
one of these
Taste
beautiful
the
figurines.
sequel. Extreme bathrooms. Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes. If the boss suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. What in the world does that mean? It's a nice bathroom, though. You said there was a broom closet? What's this? Have we been here before? What's this? Ooh. Da-da-dum, da-dum, bum, 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 dum. Da-dum, dum, da-dum, dum, dum. Da-ba-da-ba-da-bum, bum, bum, ba-da-bum, bum, bum, bow, 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 bow. Ba-bum, bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-da-da-bum. Da-da-dum, da-da-dum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Hello, Selena. We need bow elevator music. We do need bow elevator music. We sure do diddly do. We're good now, right? Are we just... Did nothing happen? Are we just... Man. Come on. Why always me? Huh? I can't go anymore. Eh? I'm confused.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket.
What was it
Even
again?
now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
Was it that the
Was
bucket knew
guiding
all
him?
along?
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Fuck. Gimme. We can buy this bucket as merch, right? Surely I can buy this bucket.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
This is so stupid.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
I mean, so it seems like we're just doing a repeat of everything, but there's new lines incorporating the bucket. Am I right?
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock.
Ooh.
Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Let's cradle the bucket. Poor bucket. It's gonna be okay, bucket. We're gonna get through this, right, Chad?
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Why is my mind suddenly feeble?
No! He screamed into the bucket.
He screamed into the bucket.
His own life in someone else's control.
You metal
Never!
Shiny you.
He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one. Except for the bucket.
Go Snappa, thank you so much for the dono. Can I has bucket? You may has bucket.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
Smooge.
And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They hid, but at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen.
Ooh, silly birds.
Silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Oh. What? Ooh. Silly birds.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place,
my guys.
living through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley...
this one's really silly. Dude, this music is so good. Wow, he just like me, for real. What a good ending.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Eh? I feel like we skipped a couple steps, no?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I don't know where the bucket is.
The
Where's
lounge was
Bucket?
grand,
I walked
majestic,
past Bucket Coon?
perhaps too majestic. But eager to get back to business,
I passed the
Stanley took the
bucket.
first...
Begin the game again. No, it's usually here. It's usually
What could
here.
it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, thank God.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away
Oh,
as Stanley
God.
embraced
Thank
the bucket.
fucking God.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Whoa! What the? Large room, lots of boxes, stairs, places to search, somewhere red and blue. Is this some kind of game? There must be a point to this. Gotta collect them all. 5 there be. Just take 3 from me. LOL, looks like 427. Ha 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 ha. A large room? Trust the completionist instinct. There will be a reward for finding all lies. Who are you? 666. LOL. There will be cleaning of this wall required. Stop kidding yourselves. I want them so much. I want to go home. Good luck. This is so stupid. Maybe we are the collectibles. Shut the frick up. To whom it may concern, I managed to pick up sounds unusual to our regular office ambiances are local audio sources using an array of cardioid microphones, also known as directional mic, a microphone which picks up sound from a particular area. Analysis of recordings allowed me to triangulate the source of the strange noise. Data shows that in all likelihood it's coming from a dark area behind a very warm place. I also picked up what looks like to be reverberance off a porcelain surface. Anyone have any ideas on this? Wouldn't you like to know? Source of levitation? Findings. Difficult. Do we need contracts for them? Potential liability. NDA. Bonus stuff. What we forgot. What we know. What we don't know yet. Someone in cargo room. Employee 421 building a bridge. Okay. What do they want? Should we make them lymphages? Why floating? So stupid. Room closet.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now.
No, it's my
bucket. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in.
Yeah,
Don't
I won't.
hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong.
I'll be strong.
This is
I'll
your
be
bucket.
strong.
This is your companion and lifelong
This
friend.
is my lover.
You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never
Why,
liked
I
this broom
never.
closet for a variety of reasons. But even this is worse than I had imagined.
Yeah, me neither. I always had a bad feeling.
Now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends.
Excuse me?
That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient. That your life
would
is
you know
so
that?
banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner. Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it.
Yeah, fuck
really
you,
tell
bitch.
the
Eat
broom
my
closet
ass.
off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you
Me
and
this
the bucket have
are
shared together.
soulmates, okay?
Go through each of them point by point.
We are quite literally
Share your journal entries
sister
detailing the
signs.
rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket. as
This is
they've
our 10th
changed and evolved
anniversary,
over the years.
and our honeymoon is
Let
just
him
around the
have it.
corner. You disgusting, filthy broom. This is why you lay waste in this disgusting, hazardous closet.
Okay,
Destined to
I've
sniff.
got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There.
I got a sticker!
Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet,
Yeah,
with
take
all
a
your
hike,
meandering
bro.
philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom
Yeah,
closets in the
diatribe
natural order of
these
things.
Pants grab. Cringe, cringe, cringe.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think
Oh, a
it's
sticker.
appropriate.
Sticker.
You see, I feel
Sticker.
that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That
So
way,
true.
if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, "Ah, it's a bucket." There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh,
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a
Stanlerines.
small number in the corner of your screen go up by one?
Figlies?
Let me sit on
Figlies
it.
are
I'm
cute
sure
and
it
silly.
will come to me.
You're really good at finding these, Bao. Aw, thanks, Tides. We have the funny,
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss,
Uh-oh.
admitting he had left his post during work
we go
hours.
again.
He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked
Ask
the bucket.
the bucket.
The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort.
What's going on,
And
bucket?
that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket.
What?
It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone
No.
else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this.
my bucket!
Who knows what sorts
Where
of
did it
bizarre
go?
hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd.
Oh, he realized
Now he felt
that's
himself
secondary
floating off
to the
ground.
bucket.
Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me!
Bucket
the
Boone,
bucket!
where are you?
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None
These
of
are
them were
mine.
his special bucket.
This isn't my
Come
special
to me,
bucket.
Stanley! Find me!
I'm looking.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to
Too
truly
many.
restore his sanity.
How can
and
I-
then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket.
Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Oh, Kayora! Thank you so much for the raid! Hello, Miss Kayora. Hello, Minnow. Oh my goodness, a double raid. Hello, friends. Thank you so much for the raid, Minnow and Kayora. I hope you guys both had a lovely, lovely stream. We're playing the the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe version. If you do not want spoilers, then I advise you to not tread any further. However, if you too are a bucket enjoyer, please enjoy your stay. This has been a local PSA from your local cat whale Bao. Me and Bucket Coon just were shimmying on by, making some core memories in the game. Bucketless. One bow,
Stanley
one
decided
bucket.
to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers.
Excuse me. Anyways,
He never
please
functioned
follow
well by
Kayora
himself
and Minnow. I love
constantly
them
needed
both.
support
They're
and
amazing
guidance from
VTubers.
others. So the thought of
Would
total
recommend
solitude
20 out
was
of 10.
terrifying to him. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
I was home.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply
420?
the place to be.
Did you say 420? Did I miss a door? Oh, the stickers are still here. That makes me happy.
And here it
Aw,
was.
that's a cute
Had the bucket
emo.
turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? No, never mind. The bucket
Our
was
bucket.
wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Have we gone here yet? Uh-oh.
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Whoa! We care about you, Stanley. Oh, there's a broom closet.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley.
What?
We've come together here because we care about you very much.
What?
It's this bucket
Is this
you're
an
carrying
intervention?
around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet.
Adventure
Because that's
Line?
what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Oh, but can I still bring this guy? Hey, bitch. Where'd this baby come from? Did I fucking miss that?
Adventure Line.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next?
It's
Oh,
TM.
and it played some silly music as well.
TM. Ooh, penis music. I love penis music.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue? Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
We all heard that, right? We all heard that? That was, we're not gonna brush that over that, right? We're gonna... No? Totally normal? Okay, Chad, if you say so. I mean, you guys know better than me. Oh, a phone. Can I do anything with this thing? Nor.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
Oh.
That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
Bucket Destroyer?
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
But... What do I do?
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket.
No, this is
I don't
my
know
bucket.
what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait.
Being a VTuber
Sure,
be
I
like...
can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. No! Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it for the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Are we in heaven?
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Goodbye, Bucket Destroyer. May we never meet again. Me and my homies hate the Bucket Destroyer.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Meeting today in the meeting room.
Stanley picked up the bucket and Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
The fucking light yellow. Okay, what's next? Somewhere both red and blue, a large room with lots of boxes.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas,
there's no more stickers. I'm sorry, guys. I thought there would be something funny. There's no more stickers.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Excuse me.
Stepping into his manager's office,
Excuse me.
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
My cat's so funny.
Smack, 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 smack.
Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Two of us.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Yeah. The end is never the end. The end is never end. Lore? Here we go. Funny Disney ride.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself.
It's gonna be okay.
Kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
Will we be seeing you at DreamHack? Yes, you will. Bucket Kunar! We're actually still alive.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You are standing much at this precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within a cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye, continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness?
So deep. So meta. Such commentary.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life? No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
What does this all mean? Stress bucket. An analogy. Is this a political comic of the bucket? Now what? I mean, what can we do now? I didn't lose the bucket. The bucket lost me, you know? So, anyone know where I'm supposed to be going? There's an exit somewhere? Aw, fuck. I did something.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
You can fix this?
Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine.
What?
Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket.
What?
We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Splat.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
Number 1 dad. Who farted? I hate Mondays. Splatja.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
Did you went out the window? You can do that? Okay. Like this? I cannot.
This damn game, Lamau. It's just too smart for its own good.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
There's a desk by the window. Maybe later. I have not done window. What's left? 2 more, right? Somewhere both red and blue. Somewhere both red and blue.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stick.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I'm too scared. I don't want to go downstairs anymore.
Why is the business strategy? Why is he holding the panda hostage? Does this do anything? Does this do anything? Does this take me anywhere? I think it broken. I think I broke it.
I broke it. Great job, Bao. What? I didn't know! Surely this
Stepping
game
into
has
his
to
manager's
account for
office,
stupid
Stanley
players
was
like
once
me.
again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Now what?
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
It's gonna be okay, little guy. Don't worry. This is all just a bad dream, I'm sure.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place?
You're you, and it's beautiful that you're you.
These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Don't listen to what this weird place has to tell you.
He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world.
My one friend in the entire world.
Point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
You can trust me, Bucket. Bucket, we've been together for so long. You were my childhood friend.
The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible...
Whoa!
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over?
Is it over?
Yes! They had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end.
What?
True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together.
Are we
with one another
eloping?
To lean on, to trust, to support, and What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed?
Huh?
An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Eternal bucket
How
ending.
long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
Note to self, do not spend eternity
Stanley
in
went
darkness.
around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
How do I do the window? There's some parkour. Can't. I don't have any jumps. I ain't got no hops. Oh? Did I do it?
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be?
Well,
Why
I'm
don't
blind.
we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag
Yeah, I'm
yet?
pretty sick of it too.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. You too will become quite unbearable.
Beautiful Spanish guitar. My eyes are also watering from the flashbang. We're good now, right? Like I can just leave. So we can do. We're good. Yeah. All right.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Work. I just hate my boss. That's so true.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Okay, now what, chat? What should we do next? You guys said something about the elevator? Which elevator?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left,
to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
You can land on the catwalk. Land on the catwalk. That thing? How do I get there? Ooh. What's this? Ooh!
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler Anmarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one. And then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anmarines. None of us can.
None of us can. Now what? Oh, door. Eh? Oh. Eh? Eh? Where are we? Been here before?
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket.
BNFT, shut the fuck up!
This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back.
I'm rocking back and
I
forth.
don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
Who's there? What? Is there a fucking monster here?
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
So, what do we do now?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No more bucket, bro. That fucking bucket tried... It's gonna kill us.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Where do we go now?
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad, Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
Is this the elevator? Did you try up and down elevator? I don't know. I'm confusion.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I might need bucket. What? I'm confusion.
The lights rose on an enormous room.
Here, I'll just restart it. Oh. Now you...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply
a good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a
humble
committed
bucket.
A bucket of culture and distinction.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Go down and go up. Was I at the right elevator, though?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Ongi.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
So once I go down, I go up, and then I go down and I go up. Here, this one, I go up and I go down. Ogie. Just go
Wait,
up and down
Stanley
a bunch.
said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
Pressing the number 3? Wait. I need to go press the number 3? Eh? I need to go press the number 3?
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3.
Slam it!
Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley,
What's
who
wrong,
had
bucket?
always felt such a connection with the
How
bucket.
come you're not...
How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to
Bucket?
him?
We're
Once
usually always on
Stanley
the same
had had
page.
enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
Okay. I'm back in the elevator.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
How weird that the bucket was not happy.
No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
And the bucket said nothing. Those are some cold words I never want to hear again. I have a feeling I'm going to be hearing it a lot from now on.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion.
Oh,
He wielded the number
bellissimo.
3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories
Why
through
is
the number
Bucket Coon
3.
being
Stories
so-
of his dreams
so
and hopes
cold
and
to
fears.
us?
And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all.
What? Why?
Only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley
Wave of
returned
dejection.
to the elevator.
Okay. Kinda fucked up.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be? Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would
press
speak to the public
conference.
on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work.
Whoa! Where are we?
For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference,
World's healthiest
building
human.
excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day
What?
arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
What the? World's first sentient machine. The stage.
This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
Co-workers. Okay, well. Here goes nothing. Gotta get ready for the TED Talk.
There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure. And in that moment, Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years,
sad.
the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be
Jesus.
no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
I'm Hippo sad.
Really? Ads? I could have sworn I turned off, like...
I like set it to like it was literally like it shouldn't happen this often. Setting, stream, channel, about moderation, community insights, stream manager. Channel? Partner maybe? Okay. I'll just turn it off for now.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door... The embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Okay,
but
next.
Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No,
About doing?
never mind.
We're gonna
The
try
bucket was
doing the,
wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
To the lift? Do you know which one? I forgot. The one through the boss's room? Oh, actually, where's the last boy? Where's the last boy? It's somewhere red and blue. What ending are you going for? I don't know. I just want something new to happen. It was the right door. Or... Nar! You can't get it with bucket. Nar! Right door, no bucket. Right
All of his
door.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Right door, no
Stanley
bucket.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Right door, no bucket. Right door, no bucket. Right door, no bucket. Right door, no bucket.
Eat the bucket. Hi,
When
Wayne.
Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Bucket. Right door, no bucket. Right door, no bucket. Which door? Which door? Which door? Which door? Which door, though?
It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Right door, no bucket. On the cargo lift, you'll see the catwalk. Below that, you can walk off the cargo lift and take the cargo lift and drop down onto the car.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
Catwalk?
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
What? Really?
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you
Corey.
that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you
I'm
of this, but I
sorry.
really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful.
I know you do.
Look,
I just...
Let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side.
Ooh,
Give me a chance.
figure.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley
figure,
walked
figure.
through...
And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly.
Yeah!
Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment.
We did
This
it!
is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Or red or blue? Red or blue? Red or blue? Red, blah, blah, red or blue? Red or blue? Red or blue? Red or... Wait, there's one more actually? Where? Really? What? There's a bonus one. I go blue.
Perhaps you misunderstood.
Eh?
Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red... All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this
Yeah,
road?
tell me. I
you've
wanna know,
chosen?
I
Well,
wanna
don't
know.
let me stop you.
What is it?
You see? There's nothing here.
Orange.
I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out
Sorry.
specifically for you?
I'm sorry.
Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better?
Sounds like my
what
therapist.
did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option.
Ooh.
This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Ooh. Go ahead, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
What's the verdict?
Okay, so we're getting somewhere. Clearly there's something here that speaks to you. If I can be honest here, I really don't have any idea where I'm going with this. This whole third door thing was just a stab in the dark. But I guess you're into it, so let's keep this party train rolling. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Silent Reaper, thank you for tier 1. Red Dissolving, thank you so much for Prime. Frenzy Flood, thank you so much for 7 months. Seth D8, thank you very much for the tier 1. Oh, DB, sorry. Kara GR, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Lowercase Sun, thank you so much for 10 months. Bouquet Infernal, thank you very much for the 10 months. Chasmaclism, thank you very much for the Prime. Shirolita, thank you very much for the tier 1. Ooh, it's a worldwide leaderboard. I am. Damn. I'm last. A dead rat is offline. This is your superior. I'm last place. I've played this game worse than a dead rat? What the hell, man? This sucks. 427. I'm crying.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
It's pretty mid.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect.
Sure.
Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right. And if he reaches the fire, you fail.
Okay.
It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life.
I'll play it for 4 hours.
I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
This is stressful. Nah, fuck it. Bye. Perish.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
Both.
Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes.
Sayu,
like
thank you so much for 10 months. What did I just see? You saw me revealing my true colors. Ooh!
Aha!
What is
Fascinating.
this?
What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
I think I am
Well, it
a
seems
forest
obvious
ranger.
to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man, spying on innocent civilians below
I'm not
you
a creepy
from up
man.
high in your
I'm a
cliff
forest
tower. Perhaps for
ranger.
some sort of twisted, erotic purpose.
Erotic?
Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley.
Do
and it
not
seems there's
tread
even
on
more.
me,
Come,
folks.
let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Oh. Volunteer as lookout. Wow, it's actually a really pretty game. Propane. Keep the house warm, you know? Please no steppy, brother.
No, it can't be.
Huh? It's so pretty.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
No, my open world game!
Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You really wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here.
I get it.
Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
So pretty, though. Aw. Ooh. This
Wonderful.
looks like Rocket League.
See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in.
Rocket
There isn't any
League.
possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design.
Yo?
Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this
Why am
game,
I
I
in
will be
Rocket League?
phenomenally impressed.
Huh? Wait, is there like a destination? I'm confused.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's
Kick
see.
the ball. We kicked the ball.
There are lots
Where's
of
the
cars
ball?
here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Sports ball.
Are you doing it?
I'm fun.
Are you winning?
I'm
Is
winning.
this fun?
It's fun.
Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball. Yes! Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable.
Balls.
More balls!
More balls. I did it. Wow, so many balls!
Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun?
Boys,
Is
boys,
this a
boys.
real video game? Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because
Boys, boys,
guess
boys.
what? It's over. That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am.
I wanted
I'm
to play.
structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now
wanted
I
to
don't want
play.
to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow,
Bit of
I don't
grass.
think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley.
Man, what the hell? MXVCO, thank you very much for the prime. Touch grass. Touching grass. Now what? I don't know what to do. It looks like a stepladder over there. Can I get out there?
Jump on the goal. Come the ball. Become ball, become ball, become ball, become ball. Bee!
Hold on. What are you doing?
I'm escaping. I am ball.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that.
Oh my god, is this our breakup arc? Guys, it's our breakup arc. Hmm? So dark here. Is this new? Kind of hard in the back rooms right now. Ooh. 427. Hey, that's us. Okay. Booters? What's it mean? I hope I didn't miss something. Oh. Hello?
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world.
It's a toxic relationship.
Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back.
Red flag.
The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Oh, there it is. Okay, guys. I think now is a good time to end stream. I've been playing for about 5 hours, and I still have a bit more stuff to do this week. So, yeah. Let's go to my bedroom. There we go. Up. Look at that. Wee. Poggies. Poggy Woggies. Thank you so much, you guys, for coming to the stream today. I had a lot of fun and lots of laughs. This game has so much personality and... Excuse me. I'm so glad I could experience it for the first time with everybody. I saw so many people playing the game and I didn't really know what it was about. And I feel like even if you explained it to me, you know, what this game was about, there's no way I could have truly understood. Still think it's a horror game? Nah, it's definitely not a horror game. It's a little existential, but ultimately it's definitely more funny than horror. It might fuck up someone who's never been exposed to philosophy and like the existential concept of choice, but otherwise it's really not that scary. It does have the tags horror. See, that is what happened to me. I thought it was a horror game. But if I do want to play a horror game, I would probably play like Poppy Playtime. But I hope to finish up next week for this game. Trusting Steam tags. I'm a mess. It's definitely more comedy, and I've pretty much enjoyed like every bit of it. This narrator is just so amazing. The game I feel like wouldn't be the game without the narrator. Nodders. Uwu Kitty Woo, thank you very much for the tier 1. Bacon Noodles, thank you so much for the prime. I really appreciate all the primes today and all the support. Sorry we had to cut the sound alert short. I didn't want to upset anybody, but we'll re-add those next week. Don't worry about it. Anywho, Jump King is tagged as psychological horror. That I can truly understand. That is like arguable, but this is definitely very funny. Anywho, let's raid someone, shall we? Any suggestions on who I should raid? I already raided Yuzu, so I don't want to raid her again. We should raid my friend Daisy. I like that I asked and then just simply did not listen to anybody. But I think you guys would really enjoy Daisy. Daisy is adorable and very funny and a very, very, very talented voice actress. You guys should definitely give her a follow. I think she's very underrated as a VTuber. So you guys go give her lots of love, okay? Go be a Daisy stan before everybody else catches on. And then once she gets big, you guys can call yourselves hipsters. Anywho, thank you guys. I had so much fun. I hope you guys carry your bucket coons everywhere you go. Your emotional support bucket. Please do not leave it. It's very imperative you have it on you. Otherwise, you're gonna be suffering. It's not gonna be a good ride. Okay, good night everybody. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I forgot what I'm doing. I think I have oh yeah, tomorrow is the long-awaited Smash or Pass VTuber edition, which will fucking take all day, I'm sure. So be on the lookout for that. If you haven't submitted anything, now is a good time to find that tweet on my Twitter and submit it. I will not be retweeting it because I'm so fucking scared of the amount of replies it already has. Anyways, I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? Good night. Have fun with Daisy. I love you guys so much. Thank you.